Good morning, good afternoon, hello everyone who's listening and watching us. And this is the second day of the Creative Ukraine 2020, and we've had a very fruitful program, but we still have interesting panels ahead of our forum. And Creative Ukraine 2020 is supported by the Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy, supported by the German government and the USAID program, Transformation of Communication, and House of Europe. Just to remind you that you can listen to it in two languages, and you can choose your language right on the page of the broadcast, and you can pose some questions to the speakers. Just point your smartphone at this QR code that you see on the page. It will take you to a Telegram channel where you can specify questions, and Yegor Gordeev will voice these questions during the session. And right now, we had to have Dmytro Razumkov with a greeting word. Unfortunately, he is busy right now, and he just recorded something that will read it for you. Creative industries emerged from the Industrial Revolution in 19th-20th century, and technologies made culture accessible to everyone through radio, cinema, and photography. And this is why the base of it is an idea of democratization through self-expression. In 100 years, during one of the biggest crises, creative industries regain new sense. They open new capabilities where old models and approaches fail. Creative industries can become a source of renovation where resources are scarce. The creative economy can generate high added value through intellectual property. 1 hryvnia of added value in creative industries generates 2 billion hryvnias of added values in relevant industries. One job in creative industries create 3.7 jobs in adjacent sectors. Creative industry is a good solution during pandemic. In the project of the National Economic Strategy 2030, we identified creative industries as a priority to create an optimal development map. Through the years, for people in creative industries, democracy is still a priority number 1. Sincerely, Dmytro Razumkov. And right now, we will add some offline to our online presentation, and inviting a Minister of Culture and Information Policy, Alexander Tkachenko. Hello, good morning. Unfortunately, Dmytro is sick, and we wish you good health to him. I'm happy to welcome you here, and I have one idea. Well, there are no people here, but it's good that we are here, on stage, online, and a lot of people can't see us. It was the first day of forum yesterday, and we had lots of great ideas from influencers and opinion leaders, and it's good because we can use and quote their words. Maria Gabriel, EU Commissioner, said that we have to be serious about investments. John Whittingale said that for London, it's a priority to bring people back to visiting museums, and now it's very important to involve people in cultural events. And Pierluigi Sacco said that it's through creative industries we will observe an interesting revolution in the world, which requires leadership. And Francis Fukuyama said that our previous experience of interaction with the crisis should teach us that the consequences of global failures can have results through the years. And it's very important to avoid failures in culture. So for us, it's important to have a culture and creative industries play a prominent role in economy because they can ensure our future. The first day was dedicated to dealing with the crisis for creative industries, and I hope that today we will hear more ideas that will be quoted again and again. Thank you for these words, and we will continue. And right now we have another greeting video from extraordinary ambassador of France. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for inviting, and I'm happy that I can talk about creative industries in the world, where epidemic crisis scrutinize the global economy. If talking about cultural sphere in France, the creative industries play a very important role in state policy, since they support creativity and critical thinking of our citizens. And they, in big cities like Paris and Marseille, or rural areas, festivals, museums, theater stages, they always drive the local economy. And they make the areas attractive on the national level. The festival attracts small businesses, enterprises, and this is why state and local authorities invest in this sector 16.5 billion euros in 2019. I will just quote a couple of figures. The annual turnover in this in creative and cultural industries was 91.4 million euros, and we involved different professions, from producers to other creative jobs. In 2019, the number of jobs was 1.3 million, and most of these people, they stay in the country. From on one hand, non-commercial sector includes non-municipal libraries and other establishments. On the other hand, private sector is flourishing, and entrepreneurship in the area of music, audiovisual, art, and digital industry is also flourishing too. After the epidemic started, the state and local authorities used some remedies. The French government, in the end of May, they allocated 2.9 billion euros of support through different solidarity funds. We also used different events. We cooperated with the entertainment industry using temporary contracts. Apart from emergency financial remedies, we also had to adapt to the new conditions. In the closed regime and using sanitary conditions, we still shoot films We rehearse,
etc. Tout comme la préparation d'expositions et les chantiers
etc.
d'opération derrière les portes closes des musées.
And we also,
L'Opéra de Paris est ainsi en train de rénover les équipements
we-
scéniques.
besides the Paris Opera, right now they are doing the repairs of their stage equipment,
Numérique et la réalité
Bastille Opera and Garnier Palace.
sur du présentiel.
Another task is to regain interest from the public and to preserve contact with the public using digital technologies.
L'Opéra de Rennes ou des institutions plus modestes proposent des
Cultural sphere in France proposed a great deal of online initiatives. For example, Paris
accès à la culture
Philharmonie, Rennes Opera, and other establishments.
Le ministère de la Culture a créé un site dédié que je vous invite à visiter.
They suggest virtual visit and online exhibitions.
En conclusion, je félicite les
New digital technologies provide access to culture in a fun way. The Ministry of Culture created a
de la créativité.
special website called Culture Home, and you can visit it at culturecherchenou.fr.
Je vous remercie de votre attention et je vous souhaite
Thank you for your attention, and I wish you luck.
Це був пан Етьєн де Понсе.
Thank you. It
Дякую
was
дуже
Etienne de
за ці
Ponce.
слова.
Thank you for such kind words. And we have module number 3. It's a first module for today. It will be called Great Restoration and Possibilities for Investments. And while the speakers are preparing, please watch an inspiring video.
Історія і спадщина надихають. Україна надихає тебе. Ти надихаєш літературу. Література надихає балет.
Literature inspire ballet. Ballet inspire cinema.
Кіно надихає
Cinema
музику.
inspires music.
Музика
Music
надихає народні промисли.
inspires folk art.
Народні промисли
Folk art
надихають моду.
inspires fashion.
Я буду переробляти маю. Я вже взяв в Українському, там пробив.
Мода надихає
Fashion inspires design.
дизайн.
Design inspires technologies.
Технології
Technology
надихають тебе.
inspires you.
Ти
You
надихаєш Україну.
inspire Ukraine.
Україна
Ukraine
надихає
inspires the world.
ти
You
надихаєш світ.
inspire the world.
Так, дійсно, Україна
Yes,
може
that's right. Ukraine can and it should inspire the world, and we really hope
Як ми і
that will be
анонсували,
so.
просто зараз відбуватиметься
And
третій
right now,
великий
we're having a third big module of our conference, and it's called The Great Restoration and Capabilities for Investments in Regions. I was really waiting for this module because personally, I'm really concerned and excited about what happens in Ukraine in this domain, because lots of architectural sites, they really require a lot of restoration. So we will talk about ways to implement the Presidential Decree 3.329 on the restoration of cultural sites and attracting investments to support creative industries. And these people were invited. The deputy head of the Minister of the Economy, Alexander Romanishin, Sergei Gemberg, Maxim Ostapenko, and General Director of Lviv National Gallery of Arts, Taras Wozniak, and Mariana Oleskiev. And the moderator will be the Larissa Petasuk, a deputy of Minister of Culture and Information and Policy. Well, hello everyone, dear speakers, dear viewers. We have a very interesting topic. Today we will talk about new approaches and senses of the Great Restoration, what capabilities we have of investments into regions, what are the major tasks that we face. The tasks are, and our goals, is turning culture into great resource of development in Ukraine, is preserving natural heritage, material and non-material. What mechanisms we have to do that? The first mechanism and most important mechanism is the idea related to the cooperation between public and private sectors and civil society. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We will need to find new senses, new approaches, new ideas, forms. So leasing and free use of the cultural sites, free transferring of cultural sites. We know about concession, outsourcing, investment agreements. This is what we call public-private partnership, long-term relations that define main goal and common action plan, because we're talking about the cultural heritage sites. What should we emphasize? Transparency in decision-making, design ideas, and start of consultation process on the public and private partnership development. We have agreement-based partnership and institutional partnership. So institutional partnership is very relevant today, and we will start discussing new forms of this partnership, and all starts with ideas. This is why I suggest to start our discussion, and I'm giving the floor to Alexander. He can tell you about specific forms that we have today and that can be implemented. Thank you.
Дійсно, наразі питання креативної індустрії і інноваційної економіки це вже є не питання.
And indeed, the questions of the creative economy are not the questions of whether I want it or not. It's a question of survival. The world of today presents new challenges, and only through thinking out of the box can we find new business models, new approaches to management, and new tools to make decisions.
економіки, так,
All of these are subcomponents of the creative economy. Those are the things in terms of management and the things that matter in terms of innovation. I'd like to say that Ukraine this year
перше зайняла
has for the first time, has placed second in the Global Innovation Index.
кожен рік
It's the index which is calculated by World Intellectual Property Organization yearly, and where the element of the creative industry plays a significant role. We have outpaced India, but with only Vietnam in front of us in this rating.
потенціал
This implies that Ukraine has significant potential to create innovative products
продуктами високої доданої
and to transition to higher added value and higher creative component products. Why this is important is because if we analyze certain trends, we can understand that the development of the leading nations where the creative economy is a large portion of their national output, such as the US and the UK,
пряма кореляція.
there is a direct correlation between the attention and promotion of creative industries and national output. Do you know how much that the UK creative economy generates 10 million pounds sterling per hour?
Ми як держава, да,
Ukraine has great potential
маємо вже є інструменти
for that, and the government needs to provide and does provide some tools for supporting the creative industries. We have mentioned private-public partnership, and there is a law in Ukraine which is considered to be one of the more progressive in the world, or at least in Europe.
угод приватного,
Out of at least
тобто користуйтеся цим інструментом. Це
there are at least 170 public-private partnership agreements already signed. This is a very interesting instrument which I invite you all to consider using.
з точки зору інших
In terms of other options for support,
ще буду розказувати більш детальніше.
which we're going to dive deeper into during this meeting. But one of the direction for involving investments is the development of tourism. The way this can develop
Ми почали
is
давно, да,
in Ukraine, we just started
Летопольська черешня,
to register different destinations and different product designations, such as the Husul Brinza cheese, and
херсонські арбузи,
now we're planning to add the Carpathian honey, the Kherson watermelons, and other designations.
реєструються.
And all of that creates a better ground for tourism. Attention is drawn to these products and new investment products and projects. And of course, we're going to talk later about support. Thank you, Serhiy, for very interesting statistics, and we are make Ukraine more interesting by investing into it. Let's talk about this with Mariana in order to understand what we're doing and where we're moving. Thank you, Larissa. Indeed, the creative economy and the private-public partnership are foundations for developing tourism in the region, because tourism develops not exclusively through locations and destinations where the tourists arrive to. They would also need a great experience and to receive great services while they're at this location. For us, it's very important to have this decree by the president, and very important to see this vision of tourism in the national development, because right now we can unite the efforts of all of the government authorities in order to better develop tourism products and tourist destinations. And if we talk about the facilities of the Great Restoration and these tourist magnets, which attract tourists even today, we at the State Tourism Support and Development Agency, we try to unite them and link these destinations by a route. There are certain attraction points, but all of these require updated infrastructure, such as roads, such as hygiene, and of course the restoration and renovation of these heritage sites per se, because those are the main tourist magnets, and development of these products and investments. And if we can link these destinations and facilities into routes and approving these routes as high priority routes for development, we can signal to business that the state, the government, is now investing into the development of these routes. And different indicators which are necessary for the tourists to know that the place is worth visiting. So we show our business partners that in these territories and these routes, tourism can be developed and is worth investing into, and that this picture is understandable to everybody. The challenges facing Ukraine are, first of all, an aging post-Soviet tourist infrastructure, and secondly, we have a vast territory and we have so many destinations that make it hard to prioritize one class of objects over the other. But we understand that we need to use some clearly defined criteria in order to triage the things that are going to be renovated with the first priority. It doesn't mean that the other ones are not going to be renovated, but there is an example with how Georgia has renovated the city of Batumi, but we have many Batumis. So we need to prioritize, we need to triage, we need to concentrate on these priority facilities and locations and move in this direction. Another thing is destination management in terms of marketing. We think that tourism funds need to be the main driver of this. These are envisaged in Dmytro Nalyotov's bill to Verkhovna Rada, the latest draft law. Those funds could enable co-financing with the business and local budgets to develop these destinations. This way, business can participate in forming strategies for developing these destinations. In terms of implementation of the president's decree locally, we would like to listen to Serhiy. Serhiy will mention how this is being implemented in the Rivne region. Before we come to the presentation of our region, I'd like to demonstrate a short video about the Rivne region. The Great Restoration and the opportunities opened by investments in the local regions. So this was some of the more interesting places in the Rivne region, and this is what we wanted to accent during this video. The transformation of these locations. This was a video by Dmytro Maximchuk, and what has pushed us to revise our strategy and concept of Rivne region. We have this one of these hallmarks of our region, which is the Tunnel of Love, which is located in Kleven in near Rivne. And this is a tourism magnet which has been opened thanks to social networks. And for this was for us this was a litmus test, because Google search was going off the charts when we had when just the first leaves emerge, and the tunnel gets these green brinks of leaves, and people start coming there, taking selfies, posting on social networks, and that creates a snowball effect where people just start asking the people who visited it, and it kind of snowballs on and on. For example, this year, the Daily Telegraph has put this location in the top 10 romantic locations of the world. And there are a lot of global brands who made their advertising. So we decided to revise our concept and our communication strategy in the digital direction. This is why we have involved our local designers. The design is by Alexandra Karchevska, who presented her vision of Rivne region in terms of tourism. You see that there are these diverse colors which were represented in the heraldry. There is the Ukrainian yellow and blue colors and the red and black historic colors of Rivne region. So this is the brand and the merchandise identifying our region. And this year, according to the initiative of the head of our region, Vitaly Koval, this is the year of promoting our cultural heritage. Our region is very rich in and diverse in cultural heritage. First, we celebrate the 920th anniversary of the first written mentions of Ostrog and Dubno in writing, and as well as the authoring of the Noblevsky Gospel, and the anniversary of birth of the great Duke Konstantin Ivanovich Ostroysky. This was a dynasty that has left a very significant heritage after them, including the Ostrog Academy, including some creative schools and some first books by Ivan Fedorov, and the Ostrog Bible and the Apostle. And these accents was what we used when creating our program and our communication strategy. We have also updated our website on a completely new platform, which allows you to include your own proposals by businesses. So the restaurants and hotels can get listed. The website allows the tourists to use Google Maps in order to build their own personal routes. You could do bike routes and automotive routes. And together with Google, 5 years ago, we had a program. Called the Digital Transformation of Ukraine. We have digitized over 100 facilities and destinations, and now they are virtually accessible in 3D. And we started to work with our potential tourists through social networks. We ran a few campaigns where we tried to provoke people to visit Rivne region, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, we decided that the tourists could take advantage of the internal tourism because the borders were closed. we had a slogan called "The Wonders Nearby."
Кампейни, які
So we decided to implement campaigns
нас, тому що ми
where we advertised
от, наприклад, Острозька академія,
the proper names of the places. For example, Ostrog Academy it's often dubbed the Ukrainian Oxford, but it's not. It's the Ostrog Academy.
таких акцентів
And one of the accents is our cuisine, our culinary arts, and we accented attention on matzik, which I'm going to tell you about later.
ця взаємодія
And
між Рівненщиною туристичною
this interaction between the tourism in the Rivne region, we decided to write letters to our neighbors with an accent towards their
специфічність
specific traits. We asked
Львова, як готувати
Lviv, how do you prepare coffee? How do you boil coffee? How do you listen to jazz? And we invited Lviv to come visit Rivne to just take a break from its tourists.
стали безпосередньо
Now, another discovery of this year was, for me personally and for our team, was the culinary and cuisine expeditions, where we went to the Policia region, where we could experience our cultural heritage through our cuisine. We have experienced the Policia cuisine. We created a photo album
знайомились з
and met
людьми Полісся.
some amazing people of Policia region and their identity. And this local cultural code resonated with us when we spoke to these people.
Проект, який є безпосередньо
And this project was implemented with the assistance of the European Union,
енергії ми зробили
which we built in a synergy with the city, the municipality of Rivne and their sustainable development agency, as well as the city of Lublin.
такий каталог
We have created this catalog of authentic dishes,
теж живописний, можна сказати.
and this was it came out to be very beautiful,
Цю
and we now want to pass this tradition on in terms of popularizing the cuisine of Policia, to add to our key of emotional tourism that we're trying to play to.
на написання проєктів
We have also accented our attention, focused our attention on applying for different projects when we try to involve the regional state administration and amalgamated territorial councils and civil society organizations. And we can see that our training in project management has paid off. We see that Rivne region has been able to involve 19 million hryvnias from the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, which has allowed to implement a number of ideas
фестивалів. Ми
and support numerous festivals. And we're not stopping there.
ідеї, які ми вже обговорили.
And I think that the ideas that we have discussed with the ministry during the Great Restoration project for the next year and the accent and focus on our tourism magnets, I think this should pay off. So, welcome, thank you, and welcome to Rivne. Thank you, Serhiy, for telling us about how much you could do for one specific region. But you could take Rivne region as an example to understand how much potential could be extracted from our local regions. Now, you mentioned Lviv region, and we have Mr. Taras Wozniak from Lviv.
Увімкніть звук. Так, так.
Let me
Ми вас вітаємо.
turn on the sound.
Доброго дня.
Good morning.
Говорите?
Так, звичайно.
May I speak now?
Вибачаю спочатку,
First of all,
що я не є з вами, але
I'm sorry for not being here with you in person, because now we're talking about the great restoration, the great construction, which must happen, but it's actually underway. Last week, we had our road built to the Pidhaevsky Castle, which is like a first in recorded history, I reckon. So we had to, of course, I had to resolve a lot of issues with the construction companies that implemented this road. We are also now building a new roof over the Capucin quarters of another castle, and that brings me a lot of joy to implement these projects. Let's talk about the great restorations in more detail. Of course, each of us will talk about their destinations and their facilities that we're restoring and renovating. And I think that the majority of the participants of the conference know what the Zolochev Castle is and what the Capucin Monastery is, and what the Pidhoretsky Castle and St. Joseph's Cathedral is, which is, I think this is a facility of global heritage, and this is an ideal place of Zhovkva, where the city of Zhovkva, with the Trinity Church and the synagogue, which is on a UNESCO list, the Pototsky Palace, the Pinzel Museum. So we have 17 museums in general, and then in this context, the Lviv National Art Gallery is not actually a gallery; it's more of a museum.
So it doesn't have a legal status, but I think it's a matter of adopting a new legislation. But speaking about capabilities of restoration, it is possible only when there is a legislation framework. And previously, I had to have a lot of conversation for 4 years with local authorities, so that to have some finance and start their restoration. And for the last year, fortunately, not just these sites, we finally managed to get the right budget, and I think it's the right way for other sites requiring restoration, because otherwise they will be just closed. Without legislation, we can only do some planned restorations, 200,000 hryvnias. You can do nothing with this money for a site like Pidhoretsky Castle. That's just the one side of the coin. Another question, another issue is the finance. So we are talking about great restoration here. And the source of this restoration is internal investments. And this 2,500 meters of roof that we need for our warehouses, we already started it, but there are external investments. Yes, we can talk about internal investments with the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Culture, with the Parliament, and so on. But as for foreign investments, and that's a big resource, I think it's underestimated. So there are certain sites financed by the U.S. Also, we have experience of jointly restoring Zhovkva Castle with a joint European-Ukrainian project. But to streamline that process, to bring it to the national level, like in Poland or Hungary, you need to have a political motivation, political will. Well, we can't just become EU member right now. But as for motivation, only philanthropy could be a greatest drive for the process. That's what the U.S. Embassy did with with one of the sites in Lviv. But we can motivate our partners in Eastern European countries to jointly to cooperate with us. But we need to think about what kind of a heritage we're having.
так би мовити, національної спадщини. Національної
It's a sites of national heritage,
польської, литовської,
and not just Ukrainian heritage, but also Lithuanian or Polish heritage.
дуже непрості ситуації.
And it's a pretty tricky situation we're dealing with here.
Польський город, Львів, польське місто,
You know, sometimes people say that, oh, Odessa is a Russian city, Lviv is a poor Polish city, and Uzhgorod is a Hungarian city, and the demon of the past, and all the hells breaks loose.
історичного спадку цього об'єкту, рухомого чи нерухомого,
So we have these historical sites, and there are a lot of political speculations around them,
повинні уникати або
and we have to avoid it.
і обходити.
We
Так
need to try to avoid it,
є глухий
to avoid these situations, because it's a dead end otherwise.
в цьому напрямку бути майже не може. От
There's no way out of it.
в цьому контексті мені здається,
And in this context, it is time to change the philosophy of our perception of this historical heritage sites.
історичного спадку переходити від логіки або до логіки
So it's not, it should be both
або українське,
and
до логіки і українське,
logic rather than either or. It's both Polish and Ukrainian city. It's both Russian and Ukrainian city.
можемо уникати непотрібних політичних
And this is how we can avoid unnecessary political
наш вихід
contacts
ширші обрії, де нас
that are obstacles for our way to
не користуються з цього, а ми дуже часто ні.
higher orbits. And in this context, I can give you a couple of examples, like Podgoretsky Castle around Lviv. It was built by French,
Елементи, як мінімум,
an Italian,
спекулятивні, але їх ми можемо застосовувати,
de Baclan and Delacqua.
керуючи до того, щоб нам отримувати кошти, наприклад, з європейського.
So we can appeal to that to get some finance from EU or Italian funds or French funds.
Спадщина. Але теж і литовська. Тому що збудувати
So like other sites, it's both Ukrainian and Lithuanian sites
і польська, без сумніву,
or heritage.
викликати цей
And of course, it's a Polish heritage as well. It's a part of this history.
ще один момент.
But there's another thing.
Живуцький, один із власників цього
Vaslav Zhugulsky, one of the owners of this castle,
національного відродження.
is a creator of Arabic national
Історія, то для них це якийсь такий оксюморон.
renaissance. It's
Правду було у 18 столітті.
It's a paradox, but in 18th century, this Vaslav Zhugulsky was a visionary, and he united a couple of Arabic tribes in Saudi Arabia, and he initiated national renaissance.
І це вже є
So it's a great possibility to cooperate with Arab Emirates. So I think resources to renovate this heritage sites, they can be found there.
готуємо проекти.
We also prepare projects with Americans over Podgoretsky Castle, because in 1920 they had a air base with Polish troops of Pilsudski and Petliura. Yeah, they successfully fought Russians, Bolsheviks.
Але він нам відкриває зовсім
Maybe it's a speculative aspect, but it opens a great horizon for us.
в кожній пам'ятці нашій ми маємо приблизно
almost every our site has the same or similar situation. There are sites who have a complex background, like there's a Renaissance synagogue in Zhovkva.
Її субсидував, її на побудову
It was subsidized and
король Речі
built by the Polish king Ion III Sobieski, one of the kings of Ukrainian region. But is there
Ну, так сталося. Ця завія Другої світової війни. Хто ж тоді є спадкоємцем цього об'єкту?
who is the one who can take ownership of that place? And we need to
Теж повинні розуміти, що це
think about it.
єврейська синагога, ми займатися нею не будемо. Так бути
Is there a Jewish community in that town? No.
небезпека, про яку треба, напевно, зазначити. Я
There is another dangerous aspect about it, and I try to talk to the ministry about it. There is such a thing called restitution,
Друга світова війна
and World War II
політичних змін
led to a lot of political changes,
переміщено. Тобто було
and
нацистами там
there were a lot of
чи ще щось таке. І ніби
treasures stolen by the Nazis.
в Сполучених Штатах, і от вже є доброчесні набувателі.
Some of them are overseas,
Але є питання,
and it's very complicated. But there's
пов'язані з об'єктами,
a tool of restitution related to
які не здаємо,
sites.
що, наприклад, Республіка Польща
For example,
платила 20
Poland paid 20% of the cost
тієї нерухомості,
of
наприклад, належала колишнім власникам. От були
the property owned by the owner, the former owners.
ціни цього замку Республіка Польща оплатила
Like Poland.
цим власникам до 39-го року. Тобто,
So these owners, they owned the place before 39, when that part was joined Soviet Union.
якби заклала
So our partner Poland,
в майбутнє.
they invested into our future of our partnership. So I think in Ukraine, it's still
Про ті рухомі
on the initial stage.
не секрет, що під час Другої світової війни дуже багато
And it's no secret that a lot of treasures were transferred from Germany to Austria, to Poland, Czech Republic,
треба буде якось вирішувати.
and Ukrainian. We have to deal with that somehow.
Ми пробуємо вдавати, що цього нема. Так само, як про попередні.
We pretend we don't know anything about it or we don't have it, but restitution should be considered. Well, I think this is all I wanted to
Ми зрозуміли, що це
talk about it.
в тому числі крім
Taras, thank you.
матеріального, цей
We realized it's a resource, not just financial resource, it's a uniting resource. So this order 329 about the Great Restoration, it gives great possibility and allows us to
і залучення
understand how we can
розвиток всієї держави.
involve these sites in a development of the whole country as a potential. I would like to give the floor to Maxim.
Як ви бачите взагалі розвиток? Якщо
How do you see that development? What's Great Restoration for you personally? Thank you, Larissa. I'm pleased to elaborate on what Taras has said on managing the sites owned by the Ministry of Cultures throughout Ukraine. And I wanted to start with the following thing. Imagine a small town of 100,000 inhabitants, like the town of Mukachevo in western Ukraine. So it can be overlaid on island of Khortytsa and Dnipro. It's a national park, 12 kilometers long, and so it's same by territory, almost. And it's a very unique heritage site. It has deposits billions of years old, and it preserved unique natural resources. So there is a big city nearby, Zaporizhia, and this natural park is nearby where deers and wild animals roam the lands. And Khortytsa is a very unique historical heritage site that we inherited from long time ago, and people inhabited Khortytsa 5,000 years ago, and it has a lot of religious sites, and it united different parts of Dnipro, upstream and downstream, and these historical sites, we still discover it, and we try to register it. And these historical sites are important. But Khortytsa was a Slavic sacral space. 10th century, the first time it was mentioned in historical documents. And the famous warrior died there, the Prince Sviatoslav. And the main thing why it became a national heritage site is a Cossack place. It was one of the strongholds of Dmitro Vishnevetsky. It was a first stronghold of Zaporizhzhia Sich. So a lot could be said about its uniqueness, but I would like to say that you have to develop it. You have to consider a lot of things said by Taras, and we're not in some vacuum space. We're in the middle of industrial city. And it's impossible without interaction with different public structures, local authorities. And despite underfinancing from the Ministry of Culture, we collaborated with deputies, local authorities. We launched a couple of projects for the last 3 years. As an example, we attracted 7 million hryvnia subventions. We try to develop projects that we lack finance for from the ministry. And what Taras mentioned, it's very important to attract sponsors and philanthropists. And some of our tourist locations are supported by such philanthropists and sponsors. One of them could be restoration of Zaporizhzhia Sich. Around 30 projects were implemented due to that sponsorship support. I would like to also mention underwater heritage, because Khortytsa is an island, and since the first humans inhabited that land thousands of years ago, it left a lot of interesting sites, like ancient ships that were lifted from the bottom. And to do that, we attracted lots of sponsorship finance. And also we have it as a part of as part of greatest collections. We need to make it museum objects, and we need to create right conditions for attracting tourists. Another important direction we need to mention is attracting or involving civil society, organizations, activists who are fans of this history. And we managed to organize different campaigns And we create such sites by initiating events for this history fans. One of the projects were done as part of the Zaporizhzhia Sich renovation initiative. And it is also done by non-governmental organizations. Festivals, they are necessary to develop such heritage sites like Khortytsa. Annually, we organize, well, probably not this year because of the lockdown, but Pokrova Festival on Khortytsa attracted around 20,000 people. Was a very big event. It should be noted that Khortytsa requires a lot of environmental initiatives, and we cannot do anything about it without attracting civil society or the community. And environmental funds are other resources that we can use, because there is no way we can understand the historical heritage without environment. And due to that approach, we think that the Khortytsa should get a new stimulus. That's what President said when he visited Khortytsa and Minister of Culture.
This is a humongous destination that requires significant state support. Regarding strategy, the strategy must divert a little bit from a standardized view of the site, because this is not only a cultural destination. We worked with the CV consulting company, and they gave us some proposals for strategic planning of Khortytsa by uniting the environmental, the recreational, and historic aspects of the site. And if we could unite these efforts, we could move forward with such a great site as Khortytsa, because Khortytsa, this is the museum cultural cluster. The cluster which was preserved from the Soviet times needs to be renovated as well. This is the tourist infrastructure which is owned by private owners and large enterprises, and this part also needs a new push and a new political motivation in order to take care of these facilities. But to do that, the state needs to show that archaeological and heritage sites are very important in the unique natural environmental heritage of the site. And here we need to build on the historic and natural cluster and allow people to immerse themselves into different sites and different destinations for several days. This will, of course, bolster the economic indicators both locally and regionally, and for the state it's going to be a serious support for the development of these facilities such as Khortytsa. And I'd like to continue the thought of Mr. Taras. It's not only about money, there's the ideological and cultural mission of each facility. For example, Khortytsa has been sacred for millennia because it united the left and right banks of the Dnieper River, and Ukraine needs to get a very powerful network of Ukrainian culturally significant sites. So tourism needs to be not only about money, but it has to be about changing the awareness and the consciousness of our tourists. And I don't think many other things can do that if it wasn't for cultural sites. Thank you, Maxim. That's a very interesting piece of information. And we see that what's specific about investments into the sector of culture is because is that it requires the synergy of investment and meaning and mission and social orientation. And I think that this is the specific, what's specific about restoring cultural heritage sites within the Great Restoration Program. But we are asked here about what is the role of the state in developing and renovating historical locations. Maybe Alexander can weigh in on this. Maybe you could share something about specific implementation details.
Актуальне
Thank you for the question.
те, що зараз навіть я дивився
What
з іншого
I've been able to see Hortisa now from a very different angle, and I can't but share
програмами, які
the programs that we are now developing in the government, which are very applied in nature.
те, що
First and foremost,
зараз в Верховній Раді
the Parliament, the Verkhovna Rada, has a new draft law registered regarding the
буде друге, висока вирогідність, що він буде
support of significant investment projects. It's going through the first vote now, and so hopefully will make it to the second hearing. So the gist of this project, of this draft law, is that over 20 million euro projects can
яка необхідна
obtain up to 30% state compensation for infrastructure and other significant activities.
користування
These compensations could come in discounted land use or tax subsidies,
вже за
and this could be
країни за інвестиційні ресурси
this could be something that's important in the competition between regions and locations during their competition for investment resources. And the formation of attractiveness for these places, not only for investors, but also in terms of their social impact, which is a new trend. And we are seeing a lot of new funds created in Europe
вплив
aiming at specifically social impacts. For example, Al Gore, who ran for U.S. presidency, he created a several billion strong foundation
будівництва
to construct green energy and fight ocean pollution. So there's a huge fund which is looking for these sites and facilities. And we have these things.
це ми скажемо так.
But that's not enough. We are within ourselves, and we need to go outside of our boundaries here. And what are other programs that are available, such as Expo 2020 Dubai, is probably the most large-scale exhibition that Ukraine participates heavily in. It's been postponed to the next year. It's going to start in, it's going to be run in October 2021. We already built 2,600 square meter pavilion.
Монако, якщо не помиляюсь,
We are neighbored by Monaco and the UK in this pavilion.
90 країн приймуть
Over 190 countries will participate in this expo,
понад 20 мільйонів відвідувачів.
and the event is expected to attract over 20 million visitors. The pavilion will work for 6 months, and we are now forming the program for this pavilion.
Тиждень зеленої енергетики.
We're going to have a Green Energy Week, we will have the Agriculture Week, Tourism Week,
Хочемо, щоб там були
and
тижні регіонів.
we'd like to have weeks of regions,
Про які ми сьогодні говоримо.
the regions of Ukraine, which can show some of their own assets and their own valuable things.
Детальніше програми.
During December and January, we will prepare a more detailed program, and we invite everyone to get on board who's interested in this,
Це є бачення. Зараз ми
to get on board, to help us form our vision. We are now open to proposals. A lot of our programs are open regarding all of the locations, such as Lviv region, Ostrog, Rivne, and Hortitsa, as something that the world really needs to find out about. And the entire world is going to visit Dubai this next year. There have been a number of tourism exhibitions that were canceled, unfortunately, this year, but we, as the state tourism agency, need to prepare and present Ukraine and its regions in these postponed exhibitions. Now we're working with creative and tourist industries to build this on this Ukraine Now brand in order to promote Ukraine and its regions around the world. There's a lot to do here. Yeah, I've seen that the implementation of the Great Restoration is socially oriented, and there are different aspects in its implementation, but promotion is key here, and the possibility to speak out about yourself and to present yourself and to present yourself to the world. But let's talk about the implementation of this restoration, and let me bring an example here. One of the forms of implementation which was adopted in Japan in 2003 when the Japanese government invited the so-called authorized managers who could manage these facilities for 5 years. And in this case, they would drive some contributions, they could change management, and as a result, they provided a better margin and better socially oriented facility, such was a museum. So it was a cultural and historic museum. Another example is a library for Chiyodaku in Tokyo City, which was also transferred to these authorized managers. And when the management was replaced in the library, first of all, they expanded visiting hours up to 10 p.m. Because it was located in the administrative district, and there was less residential construction. And because of that, that allowed visitors to come later, and more visitors came as a result. I'm interested in your vision, and I'd like to hear from Serhiy, who is a representative of local authorities. How do you see, in terms of your experience, what is the best forms? Would that be concession, investment agreements, in terms of managing property and assets, or do you see a combination of these forms of implementation? Well, I'm also responsible for investment in region. I have been a manager at international banks in the region for 15 years, and I understand that each investment needs to have a very specific key performance indicator. And we do have significant heritage in terms of castles and fortresses, which are now in dire need of investment. And this is where we need to look a little wider. And I want to come back to what Mr. Taras said. We need to look not only at local opportunities, but also to consider the opportunities presented by international funds and partner countries. And a very important component here is the strategy and the concept. We need to form this as an investment product to show a strategy and a concept. And Larissa, you mentioned the Japanese experience. Nothing is possible without a team. And to look for these hybrid forms of cooperation where public-private partnership is possible. You see that our neighbors from Poland, they have transferred a lot of their castles into private-public partnership, where they're building HoReCa facilities in these historical zones, which are supplementary and synergetic to the heritage site itself. They are complementing the historical facilities with a certain side of business. I think this is a concept that we need to follow, and we need to capitalize more in terms of expertise in authoring such projects. So we start with the project. We think about each facility in terms of opportunities and capabilities and in terms of further promotion. And when we finalize a facility, we have a tourist attraction. So yes, vision, strategy, and project activity. All of that has to have its logic and its vertical alignment. Absolutely. I'd like to mention an example that we are now beginning the Great Restoration because our landmarks really are in dire need of renovation, and we understand that the capabilities of the state are sadly insufficient. But we see the experience of the U.S. in the 1950s and the U.K. experience in the 1980s, and we're only beginning to do something similar in order to just involve private investment and to understand what is it that we have. And we understand that renovation starts with a project, and we need to understand the inventory of facilities and sites that we have. Because thanks to the situation that we have right now, I've been able to discover a number of facilities and sites and destinations. Thanks to the situation right now, we are only starting to evaluate and categorize the facilities that we have. Mariana, in terms of tourism, tourist attractiveness, have you considered these restoration sites and facilities in terms of territory? Yes. There is some great synergy there, and although tourism is a part of the economy, but developing tourism and our cooperation with the Ministry of Culture is very important because right now, as we plan the Great Restoration, we communicate very actively with the tourism business in terms of the attractiveness of these facilities and sites and destinations. We think that all of the tourism in Ukraine has to be cultural in nature in one way or another. When we consider some routes such as Poltava-Opishnya, which is going to be a green tourism route, is going to be about rafting and biking and green tourism. But we also understand that we have the Pottery Museum in Opishnya and the village of Dekanka, which is of literary importance in Ukraine, and Poltava can be visited by tourists. And these need to be renovated in order to be feasible. In Lviv region, there is the Golden Horseshoe, and the castles need renovation by the state because the Pilgoretsky Castle is impressive, but nevertheless needs a lot of work. And this could be some great synergy in here. Yeah. And I wanted to say that according to international practice, during implementation of these facilities abroad, there was a very common trait here. What was the specifics of implementation of this great renovation in terms of public-private partnership in culture? Not only in culture, but in education and the other humanitarian disciplines. In international practice, this allows for a better quality of human life, increases economic position of the nation. Also, the international partner has sufficient expertise and they're in position to prepare new projects to its partners that allow new opportunities and avenues for business development. Also, the partner will monitor the implementation of works, and also the projects which are supported by the community are considered more successful. So this is what we started with saying that public-private partnership is the interaction between business, state, and the civil society. The private partner um, at
виступає
at the basis of
неприбуткова організація, яка має досвід
can be a tourism operator and an organization that has expertise. Most of the projects are not positive NPV because they involve financing, but they are targeted more at social impact than on profitability. Considering international experience, the successful projects are those that unite all of these factors, and based on the example of the Lviv Gallery, which is now beginning its implementation. Taras, could you say what is your vision regarding these features, regarding international, in terms of international experience? Are there any specifics that need to be added?
Well, I think we already clearly identified this direction. From the practical standpoint, I can add one thing. We're living in the digitalization era. It's a complex word to pronounce. And creating any technical documentation that can be added to that works is digitalized. From our examples, we implemented a couple of projects, and we did digitalization of Pitgoretsky Castle we're talking about. It's a huge site, but we did it digitally, terabytes of information. And I can show you on my computer screen every chip, every brick in a basement, on any floor. If we are creating technical documentation like designs, drawings, I got it. We did it with a Brotherhood, Gutenberg's Brotherhood Fund. Beside, we have Boehm's Cathedral, and we are preparing for the restoration with the Polonia Fund from Poland. And we do digitalization, we do it in electronic form. Of course, we had some old drawings, documents. We need to digitalize it, turn it into some modern format to keep up with our era. Well, understand that we have to improve our legislation, and we had interest from both parties, public and private sector. And since the beginning of 2020, based on the statistics from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Agriculture, we signed almost 300 agreements, 34 concession agreements, 16 agreements on the joint activity, 135 agreements are not implemented yet. 18 were cancelled. And if you look at the areas, normally it's a waste management area, transport area, and environment. So culture is a very little share. And I think our task is to think about a mechanism of promoting this, to find organizations that are socially oriented, to involve all interested parties in renovating this historical sites and heritage sites, because it's part of our history. It's very important. And let me just add something. Just to add on what I've last said. Poland recognizes ownership rights of former owners of Ukrainian historical sites, and it compensated 20%. Poland compensated 20% of
за свої кошти. Тобто вона
that sum.
майнові права у приватних власників на користь
So basically, they bought ownership rights,
якось на дипломатичному, на юридичному
and
буде щось робити
I think it should be tackled with diplomatically,
юридично, вона
legally.
може пред'явити права на 20% власності
Because it could be a problem. They could say that we own 20% of that sites,
об'єктів, в тому числі замків і палаців, мають право
and there's
80%
former owners. They can sell the rest, 80% of their rights,
момент
and at some point,
вийде, утвориться юридична колізія. З одної сторони,
we can have legal collision,
організація, і це
like we nationalize these sites,
державну власність, а з другої сторони появляться особи, які будуть
and on the other hand,
відповідну документацію, котра вже
there will be people who have the right documents, contracts, recognized internationally,
самі права на
and they have the same rights for the same site.
мені здається, з цим поки що це не усвідомлюється,
It's not a problem yet, but
не працює. А це чималий підводний риф, на якому
but we have a situation here that doesn't work, and we can run into a problem like that soon.
наш корабель.
Окей, Тарас, я зрозуміла.
Okay, I understand, Taras. We need to
Ми це будемо робити.
foresee all the risks, and we're going to do that,
Початок ми здійснюємо.
and we try to
Наступний початок, наступний етап у нас
try to have a
перший
good kickoff, and
проект.
the next stage
Які в нас об'єкти,
we need to understand what
розуміти, які ми
sites we're having. We need to understand what sites, which sites are
так, Тарас,
significant for the society. And I understand that we need to
тільки хочу проговорити про
understand that and foresee that.
яким
But promotion-wise,
чином ми будемо
how
шукати конкретних інвесторів,
are we going to find investors,
організації,
NGOs,
зацікавлені в тому числі
that
в конкретному відновленні.
are interested in renovating these
Мені цікаво було,
specific sites? I would like to ask Maxim,
взагалі є такі організації, які ми
do you have organizations that you work with
допомагають вам у відновленні
that help you with renovating your sites?
яким чином вони бачать
And
такі,
how
такі, яке значення він буде
how do they get information about that site?
Звісно, долучаються до наших.
Well, normally they
Ми шукаємо
we involve them
інвесторів, ми шукаємо меценатів,
for our initiatives. We are looking for
різноманітні
sponsors, different funds that would like to get involved.
відповідникам. Вона ініціатива за науковців,
So far, this is our initiatives,
проблему, яка потребує вирішення, і потім
and
адміністрація, я особисто, ми долучаємося до власне пошуку тих,
and we try to find people
допомогти в
who would like to help
тієї чи іншої проблеми
to solve
і
these separate problems financially, and sometimes it turns into a long-term partnership. I would like to mention Zaporizhzhstal
у нас є різноманітні проекти в експозиційній.
factory, and we have some exposition projects with them. But I would like to see some state strategy, like that factory has a couple of
Держава створила
areas of land
щоб вони стали
allocated for
туристичної інфраструктури, яка би
recreation, and government could
історичні чи природні якісь
create something out of it,
йому умови для відпочинку, можливо, умови для
create some good conditions for
там туристичних послуг, тому що
recreation,
дуже популярно в усьому
tourism, because it's popular all around the world. And
бачити
as far as Cortes is concerned,
спонсорів.
apart from sponsors, I would like to see some systematic players
Долучитися до цієї державної
that
програми Хортиця Магніт.
want to
Вони стали
jump in that
врешті
initiative,
що буде відбуватися, але щоб воно працювало в комплексі
but it should work as a
одному із
complex without damaging environment. We need to become partners.
Випрацьована абсолютно нова
So we should come up with a new philosophy
партнерських відносин
of partnership
державними органами,
relations between public institutions,
інвесторами і благодійними
private investors and sponsors,
таких опорних точок
charity organizations. So there are a couple of
збереженні культурної спадщини і розбудові
these points
сучасної інфраструктури, як
where we need to join our efforts, just like they do in foreign countries. I just want to add that
Питання ставити по-різному, да, можна
you can see it from a different perspectives. We can say we have an issue and you have to solve it, but
є рішення і пропозиція.
we can come up with a solution first.
Вирішить
Like before saying we have a problem,
умови, вони
please help us.
трошки уважніше вивчити, да, і скористуватися.
Well, it doesn't work
Дійсно працюючі, і ті,
because there are already some tools that you can use.
є
Number two,
у багатьох корпорацій,
many
назвали одну,
corporations, you mentioned only one of them,
є
there are a lot of them out there.
responsibility.
They have social responsibility initiatives.
Зараз оцінив
Business evaluated
значення
significance of these
гатити великі бюджети в маркетинг,
initiatives. Like you can invest a lot into marketing
а можна
and have some percentage of clients, but you can
той же самий, але з високою лояльністю, тому що
get the same number of
довгі
loyal customers, but more loyal than the previous case.
багато корпорацій мають
Many
програми
corporations have
корпоративного
social, corporate
беріть ці корпорації
responsibility. Take these corporations, you go by the list, Kyivstar, Vodafone, like mobile operators.
в пошуках класних крутих проєктів.
They are out there. They are looking for good projects. Ukrainian Startup Fund,
Нещодавно стартап, який планує
another startup applied.
базу всіх
They suggested to come up with a database of such corporations. So there are there.
туризм.
Next thing,
Навіть не
tourism. Not
кіноіндустрії.
tourism,
Ви не уявляєте, скільки в Україні
it's rather
на яких
cinema industry. You can't imagine how
за весь світ відомий. Да?
many locations in Ukraine are there that were used by foreign production companies. In Crimea,
Цього піратів Карибського моря.
they filmed certain
Українську маю.
episodes of Pirates of the Caribbean.
До відомості, до отих потенційних партнерів,
So it's a way to promote
вони існують. Але треба ще
your sites. These tools are out there, but you should not talk about this here,
теж є купа інструментів.
but there.
Додам, я просто розумію теж про що
And yeah, I understand what Maxim is talking about. It should be a complex vision, and this is what we're doing here. If you just ask people, like look for investors, and they say, who's going to come here? But if you have a vision of how it should develop, how it should be promoted, how to make it attractive for tourists, it's easier to attract investors. Colleagues, I am grateful for this panel discussion. To sum it up, what we need for this, we need forums to implement public and private partnerships. We need to involve all role players. You need to start with a project, understand strategy, goals, directions, what we need to invest in that, what kind of efforts should be made, what private and state resources should be involved, and what communities should be involved. Thank you very much to you, to all the participants. See you. Thank you.
Я так розумію, що у нас є ще 2 хвилини.
Well, I think we have 2 minutes
Сказати дякую
to say thanks to Taras
паралельно
for jumping in.
реставрація на місці у Львові.
And they do a pretty good job in restoring their sites in Lviv.
І, в принципі, ми на сьогоднішній день проговорили всі моменти
And we already discussed
для того,
a lot of
щоб
things
завершити, підсумувати і далі вже отримувати
to
інформацію до міністерства.
finish this discussion and send this information to the ministry, because for us it's very important to listen to what kind of requirements we have. Thank you very much for such a fruitful conversation. Big thanks to our speaker who joined us online, and we wish your words become reality and we have a lot of restored heritage site in Ukraine.
Ми продовжуємо. І просто
And we continue. I would like to give the floor to my colleague Yegor Gordeev, who is in the green room, and he's posing questions to today's speakers. And not just people who we have on stage. Yegor Gordeev, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Online and here on stage, I have a next moderator for the next panel, media as an environment and tool for creative development. Andrei Kulikov. Well, I understand that. Well, you said I understand this better than anyone. What do you mean? Well, I had my family doctor visiting me, and he said nobody told me how to communicate. So to communicate my message to people, and it's really a trouble. Nobody teaches us that, and we will be talking about media. If we have that problem, is media going to save us? Or I'm just overreacting? Well, there's a bit of overreacting. If your doctor says that nobody taught him, that means he realized it's a problem and he's already learning. Media's role is stimulating the need to learn. What about communication modem? How would you rate communication efficiency for media? 5 stars maximum. Well, media is kind of a big community. I can't rate it, can generalize. We think we know what's going on in media, but we just see what we see, maybe 10 channels, maybe a couple of websites, maybe 1 or 2 radio stations, and there are hundreds of them. We can't see what's happening out there under the surface, and these ratings are very ambiguous. Of course, audience rates media, but sometimes they just lack the taste to understand the quality. If they are used to some low-quality product, they think it's the right thing, but we can correct it. Thank you. And you said about correction, you probably mean studies, learning? Well, yeah. Let me show you my nice backpack. Is it a parachute? No, just one of the elements of communicating your message, not just 2 guys, one having a tie and the other without a tie. It's something, some shiny spots for people to remember. Okay, please welcome Andrei Kulikov, a media star of Ukraine. Maybe I'm a star, not a myth, definitely. Please prepare for the panel. The next guest, Alexander Romanishin, our next guest,
У нас панелі. Ви, по-перше, як ставитесь до ефективності такої дискусії?
deputy of the Minister of Economy.
Чи це просто
So you participated in that panel. What do you think about it? Is it efficient? Well, it depends on the audience.
Розмов мало бути більше.
I think we should have more conversations like that. I learned a lot of things about Khortytsa, Rivne Oblast, Rivne region, and I think the same applies to other participants. I think Ukraine is famous for places like that, and now not only countries are competing, but also regions and specific locations.
продаються лише хештеги? Які уявлення з
The modern world is all about hashtags. They sell.
хештегами можете асоціювати
The pace is
товар? Даруйте.
speeding up, but what can you say about hashtags as a product? IT, talents,
Смачна їжа, насправді.
tasty food, really?
Розвинений гастротуризм.
Our gastronomic tourism is very developed here. My friends come here and they are all excited about Ukrainian restaurants. They're brilliant. And the fact that we put tags, geographic tags on our products, Kherson watermelons, Carpathian honey. It's a tourist magnets. These are hashtags that we need to restore. So all these entrepreneurs with their cheese, with their products, they're probably watching this and say, well,
Більшість з нас йде під парламент.
why are we protesting near the parliament here if everything is fine? Can you say something good for these people?
Вони мають бути, да? Це
They have to be. This is a period where everybody is transforming, when we need to watch and take care of ourselves, and this is priority number one. But meanwhile, prepare for when everything ends. Well, you say that the government says, well, we will help, we will lower taxes, etc. But how does Melitopol cherries readjust?
Лайфхаки.
лайфхаки. Є
Here are some life hacks. There are financial programs. There are the 579 program. It is still ongoing during the lockdown. The Ukrainian Startup Fund is the coolest instrument and tool which supports the SMEs, which has creative ideas.
в грудні минулого року.
It was launched in December last year. We have not stopped for a month or a week or a day, and we got a lot of great startup projects. Over 40 projects have received an aggregate of $1 million. They are creating new projects adjusted to a new reality, so we have tools to do that. So a lot of optimism here. Thank you very much.
Відправляємо
Now, we would like to send you to moderate the panel called Media as a Platform for Developing Talents. So again, talent is a very it's a very arbitrary name, but Andriy Kulikov, who specializes in effective communications, is going to define everything very clearly. He's a moderator for this discussion, and Katya Sacha will present everyone for participating in the discussion. Katya, over to you. Thank you very much, Igor.
Наступної моделі.
And before I present the participants of the next panel, I'd like to offer you to see yet another amazing video.
What do you know about inspiration? How does inspiration affect a person? Can inspiration change life? Yes, once you discover Ukraine.
Dance is my whole life. Every time I'm performing on stage in front of the audience, I feel inspired. People are my biggest inspiration in Ukraine. Those who are committed to what they are doing. My name is Olga Skrypchenko.
Science for the sake of life. The desire for life can inspire the most incredible deeds. Life is the strongest source of inspiration that transforms dreams into reality. I am Alexander Bukovsky.
We live in the digital era. Figures surround us wherever we go. Nevertheless, feelings and emotions distinguish us from processors and computers. This is an energy stream aimed at creating something new, unusual for others, and for the country as a whole. I am Kate Shevchenko.
We create history by bringing our dreams closer step by step. Every time, stepping into the boxing ring, I think of how many people have helped me become the person I am today. These thoughts inspire me and give me strength and desire to move on. I am Yuri Shestak.
We give people daily joy. All the best things are created by overcoming difficulties. To see how bread is made, feel its fragrant aroma, and then put it on the dinner table really inspires. My name is Anna Nestorchuk.
I enjoy discovering new things. Food is not about satisfying your needs, it's about accepting a challenge. I always wanted to rethink the history and taste of the country. To some extent, this experience is reflected in dishes I create in my kitchen. My name is Vasil Savushkin.
What do you know about inspiration? Ukraine is a country with great potential. Take the first step. Inspiration is here. Ukraine now.
Дякуємо дуже за це відео.
Thank you very much for this video. We're transitioning to the new module, talking about media. Let's talk about the role of media in new reality and the correlation between the creative industries, media, and the nation. I'd like to present to you the Deputy Minister of Culture of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, Director for the media group Ukraine, Fedor Grichanyanov, and Chief Editor of Ukrainian Pravda, Sergei Musaeva, Sergei Popov, the Chief of the News at 1+1, and online we have Piotr Pomerantsov, author of books about the Russian aggression, and Andriy Kulikov. Thank you very much. All right. After a lot of elaboration, successful and not very successful meetings, together with Taras Shevchenko, we will try. I'm just trying to split responsibility here. I'd like to propose such topic as the media as an environment and a driver for developing creativity. And in this case, we will limit media to the mass communications and the mass media. But I also think that the cinema and theater are also media, just like literature, etc. But we will still talk about the mass communications. And in order to inform the audience and ourselves what we came here with, here is a blitz pop quiz here. These are the questions you need to answer within at most 30 seconds. And this has been inspired by the video we've just seen, because there was an announcement or an advertising about people, that the people will come. So 5 years ago, there were lots of lists about what professions are going to disappear. And the journalist profession was about to disappear in all these lists, and students would ask me, are we going to disappear and get replaced by machines? So can you answer whether or not journalists will get replaced by robots? And Fedor Grichanyanov will reply. All right, thank you for an opportunity to start this way. I will not end up repeating anyone. I don't think that journalists can get replaced by robots, because good critique, good journalism is a very creative way of activity. And creativity is about creating non-algorithmic solutions which cannot be formulated and formalized. And robots have a problem here. I hope that Fedor can build upon this later. Taras Shevchenko, I think that machines will not replace humans here. People, when they consume information, they get emotions, and they can share emotions from the person conveying this message, and the value of the author is growing. No, they can't replace it. As a lawyer, I can also say that robots will not replace lawyers. Thank you. Сергій Мусаєва. I am absolutely confident. I think that lawyers are more philological than journalists because they always use person instead of human being. But to your question, I think that we will not get replaced by machines, but I think that the world that we live in is a world driven by algorithms and data. Regarding news, some of these things are going to be written by robots, and there are some developments in this case. And I could even say, in my experience, when I was at Google, people who build these news products, they don't understand what journalism is all about. And journalism will be not about informing people, but about protecting people from the fire hose of information that's raining down on them, and collecting more relevant things to inform people. Now, who can better talk about this than Serhiy Popov? I think that robots will end up writing news, but they will not be able to tell stories. And certified, verified stories are not the stuff that robots will be able to excel at. What can Peter Pomerantsev say? Will robots replace journalists?
I think that every generation has this new struggle to define freedom and the individual. In the Soviet Union, Soviet ideology tried to destroy the idea of individual freedom, and that includes the freedom of expression and the freedom to tell the truth. Today, we live in a new generation of digital dictatorships. The great claim that China makes is that its algorithms, the algorithms of the Chinese state, will own all your data, will know everything that you do online, but will then deliver you happiness. Your data is you, yeah? They say that through your data, they will find you the ideal wife, the ideal job, the ideal house. And I think the new struggle to define freedom and the individual today is understanding what algorithms don't understand about the human, that the algorithm can't find you the ideal wife, the ideal career. And I think we will have to learn how to articulate the idea of the human and freedom and individuality in this contrast between the all-powerful algorithms of dictatorships and real human choice.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think that robots will not be able to be so passionate at telling stories as Peter did. But for the future, I think that robots will not be able to replace journalists because a really good journalists work like robots. Those for whom Isaac Asimov has developed 3 laws of robotics. First one being the robot cannot harm humans through its actions or inactions. And I think that conscious journalism is about benefiting humans. But is there room for creativity in this environment of what we do? We will talk not only about the creativity of our editorial offices and our publishing, but whether or not we can convince society at large whether something is worth doing or not. Each one of us, except for the moderator, will have up to 7 minutes. to present their introductory remarks, and then we will discuss what we hear from each other. And I'd like Peter Pomerantsev to start with, who is a creator not in terms of individualism, but also a creator of projects. So 7 minutes go to you, Peter.
Can I just check? Are you getting my words translated? Yeah?
Well, not everybody needs translation, so I can't answer for this.
Okay. I'm not getting translation from you, but my Ukrainian is almost perfect for somebody who doesn't speak it. So listen, you introduced me wonderfully, Andriy. Thank you. As a writer who writes about propaganda, information or disinformation, all these issues. And you're right, I've written 2 books about this, which I hope are fun, and they're out in Ukrainian. But at one point I realized it's not enough just to report on this story. I want to do something about it. So I created a research institute that is based at 2 universities at the moment, at the London School of Economics, the LSE, in London, and now at Johns Hopkins University in the US. And we want to find out, what can journalism, what can media do to overcome the challenges of disinformation, polarization, information war? And we do a lot of different types of projects, but maybe the projects that I find the most creative and exciting is where we put together computer scientists, sociologists, and journalists, put them together to try to understand how journalists can reach audiences that are currently living or are vulnerable to an alternative media reality. How can a CNN producer reach a Fox News audience? How can a liberal opposition media in Hungary reach Christian conservative audiences? The great challenge that we face today is the breakdown of a common public sphere, a common space where we can have a common democratic debate. The great challenge is polarization and fragmentation. And of course, as you know, hostile states like Russia play on this. They try to push people into different worlds. So we've done projects in Italy with Corriere della Sera, in just finishing one in Hungary, and quite a lot of work in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we worked with Hromadska, who you all know, a small, very noble civic media. And we try to sort of give them more information about audiences. We did a lot of polling, a lot of focus groups, a lot of segmentation analysis using complex mathematical formula to understand different audiences. And we try to find the commonalities among audiences. Are there audiences that may be vulnerable to Kremlin propaganda or pro-Kremlin propaganda? Are they actually that different in some of their values, in some of their aspirations to audiences in the rest of Ukraine? So one project that we did, and I'd be very happy to share the details with anyone who writes to me afterwards, was focusing on this very, very difficult subject of memory wars. And basically we found that audiences in parts of East Ukraine who are very, very polarized from the rest of the country on topics around World War II, for example. Actually, a lot of their values, a lot of their hopes for the future of Ukraine are very similar to the rest of the country. And there were many historical topics and many issues that actually they had in common with the rest. Very quickly, I'll summarize some of our top findings. There was a lack of content people felt around the traumatic events of the late Soviet period, about the Afghan war, where everybody felt was a disaster, about Chernobyl, about the censorship of the Soviet Union, the lack of rights for workers, and so on and so forth. So there was this whole topics that could bring different social groups in Ukraine together. Likewise, the turbulence and the changes in the 1990s. There were common themes that brought people together. A pride in resilience and overcoming trauma, overcoming incredible difficulties. I'll pause there. What matters not is so much any individual finding. The findings are always evolving as you do more research. What is more important is something else. Giving journalists the sociological and digital information and tools in order to think about reaching audiences that they currently don't reach. The problem I think that a lot of media face across the world is that the easiest way to sell advertising, to get likes and shares, is to just say something that you know your side will like. It's very easy for a CNN producer to get his audience to hate the Fox News viewer, for example. I do think we need a complete change of mentality and a change of incentives in newsrooms and editorial processes, where journalists and content producers are rewarded for reaching across divides.
And this is it? You still have 2 minutes to go on? Or you think that you've made your point? I think you certainly did.
I can go on and on and on, but I think I'll pause and let the others join in.
All right. Then I have one question right away. What made you address the London School of Economics to base your enterprise there? Because some people would say media and economics, no connection.
Oh, so London School of Economics doesn't just do economics. They're probably the world's leading school in social sciences. They have a very strong media and communications department, one of kind of the best in the world. So no, I mean, that's just the name. London School of Economics is Britain's sort of top university for research in social sciences generally.
Yeah, this was a needed explanation because not everyone in Ukraine and not everyone who watches us knows about this brilliant school. And some cases, some things that you or I or any other person here may take for granted do need explanation. I ask you and other people to keep this in mind. Ну що ж, маємо приклад того творчого підходу, який
We have a good example of having this approach used by Peter Pomerantsev, finding topics for research for me. Sorry for that, for expressing such opinion. I'm not going to do that anymore, but one of the examples of creative approach, but it's very consistent. I think Ukrainska Pravda is one of the good examples of that. It's not just a website. I'm an old school guy, and I think you are more of a newspaper where I can find a lot of different stuff. Sevgil. How do you do that so naturally? And do you have a mission? Do you do it on purpose? If you are a newspaper, really a newspaper, as a collective manager and popularizer. Well, thank you, Andriy, reminiscing of our history. What you say, it started in 2000, and you have to know what conditions we had there. Censorship. And internet was like a blue ocean. And Georgy Gongadze, a founder, a journalist that was murdered, he would just distribute visit cards. There was 13 visitors first day, then 26, and then this is how we collected our audience. And Ukrainska Pravda, UP, has become a platform for expressing your opinion, which was a scarce thing to have that time. And really, people didn't even want to take money for that. They just wanted to write articles just to be heard. And after 20 years, a lot has changed in journalism in the world. And we also change our approaches to work. And I can just start saying that there is a lack of trust to media. It's typical not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world, because I studied abroad. And I know that I'm not going to invent a wheel here, but the vertical world that existed before social media, it's not there anymore. And it requires the right approach to your audience. We don't have a monopoly for truth. We have to listen to our audience. And I like how The Guardian does that, and there are other British media. And this is where we started to head. So we created our own community of readers, and I was really excited when I realized that there was a long way. And now we see that, the problem with the society is that you live in your bubble. And the same applies to journalists when they think that that's the right picture, but the audience thinks differently. So we have this feedback with our readers, and answering your question on creativity development. This is about creativity development. It's not just about financial support. It's about exchanging ideas. And people write a lot. People suggest topics. People find nice heroes for your articles. And we receive feedback from our readers from around the world. They tell us how they see the country currently, and it's a very interesting experiment. I didn't expect it to become so interesting. And it gives the audience feel a part of that community. And we also write a little note that this topic was suggested by our reader. So people get their share of fame as well. And the same applies to the discussion. And Yevgen Chichvarkin, a Russian entrepreneur, sent me an article about Crimea blockade. And he met me in a couple of months, and he said, well, I was surprised that you published it. I visited your social media page, and I realized that you have a different point about that, but you gave me a possibility to talk. And that's what Peter talked about. The media is very polarized, and we don't give people possibilities to talk. People who have a different point of view, and sometimes we think they have a wrong opinion. So this is something we try to avoid. Thank you. Another question. There are topics and articles that were suggested by the audience. Okay, what do you want to change in the audience? How do you want them to change? Well, this is what we study constantly, what they are interested in as an editor-in-chief. I don't have this dilemma.
наскільки може набрати новина про те, що Ляшко подрався з
Sometimes I try to like predict like how a topic about MPs fighting in the parliament would how they would rate. Like Crimea is occupied territory. I'm sending my journalist there, and he doesn't have any protection. We did lots of different situations. So out of 3 people, 2 people were banned from entering Crimea. The guy for 5 years and the girl for 8 years. And they tracked them down. Even after they changed their name, they realized that these are UP agents, journalists. But we have to pay for their trips, their payroll, and the text that was created under that pressure. It reached like 4,000 hits, and I was disappointed, but we will have that. But yes, you have to teach your audience. Now, one of the biggest topics is climate change. And everyone wants to write about it. We even had a special course in Harvard University, how you should write about climate change. Like, you mean how media need to change climate? Yeah, kind of. And the journalist who taught this course, she's a journalist, veteran journalist, working in New York Times. And she said, well, every year there's some demand for this topic. Like 1 year I have a couple of students, next year you have 40. That's what's happening in the world, but more and more media dedicate their issues to this topic. Well, but until until you're affected by that, you don't pay much attention to that. Maybe the society, they were affected by that, but they don't realize it. This is why we have media. Sergei Popov, Sevgil Musaeva said that she knows how much their articles would rate. How do you do that in TSN? Now, do you use what's tried and true, or you try to experiment? Like whatever you do, they watch you. Well, I think that TV news is one of the innovational TV services in our countries, maybe the most innovational, not only technology-wise, but also visualization and communication method, forums, genres. As of today, we create longest news on Ukrainian TV. And we tell people different stories. Stories, not just news. And we had a lot of criticism that, we say TSN, our motto is TSN excites or shocks. And we'll receive lots of criticism about that. People thought it's too emotional, but we use it to communicate unpopular topics to the audience. Sometimes we may sacrifice our ratings. Can you give us an example? Because Sevgil gave us some examples. Climate change. Ethical things. Like certain views on social process like Maidan, we can even do that. And it's an interesting thing. we had 2 points where audience refused the topics, war and pandemic. People avoided bad news. First, you see they have fear. So first, they read a lot about war. When the war started, then people, they get tired and frustrated and they go. It was a challenge for us. We have taught to, get people, we learned how to get people back to the screens. But I would like to note that there is a inverted movement taken by our government. And there is some confusion in that perspective. There haven't been any messages from the government, like do we have a plan A or plan B? And I was at a TV show. We had famous infection specialist Ludmila Bulanova from UNICEF, and she said that we need to understand that it's not going to last. And we said, what's going to last? We need to understand what is the plan. These news should be popular for the big audience. But I would think you have to be more creative than that. Because for a long time, mass media, try to persuade people that something, we lack something. They should say, like, okay, yeah, we didn't think about that. Yeah, there should be a protagonist and antagonist. We should lack something, and you have to get it. It's what the genre requires. And you said that there are bad news and people avoid it, but the word bad means that it can be news about bad stuff, unpleasant stuff, and sometimes these are bad news, like news that are poorly made. What do you think is the case here? Well, I think the experience shows that what we normally call bad news, people like it. And I think it happens because people want to feel other people's experience, and they want to feel safe from something. And when we say bad news, but people like to watch them. Fedor Grecheninov, strategy director. Is strategy creative? Do you have rules here? Maybe there are 3 or 4 rules how to build strategy and you follow them. And how a media group strategy can affect society development strategy. I mean, conscious and subconscious. Well, there are different topics about that. Well, I mean, what do you think about it? Maybe what I'm going to say will be very controversial, but strategy is not a long-term plan. Strategy is not about figures. Strategy is always about the main idea, how to do something. And actually, the main thing about strategy is the idea. It's a central thing, something that is creative, something that pops up out of nowhere. If you can calculate something, estimate something, prove with numbers, it's tactics. Even if it's a 5, 10 billion years tactics, it's just a tactics. If something stirs up discussion, if something is controversial, it's an idea and it can become a central part of your strategy, whether it's good or bad. If we start talking about all media groups here, not just ours,
Я гадаю, що це не випадково, і це
I think it's
значення, яке надається вашій групі.
you say for a reason. You mean that because you think that your group plays a prominent role. Well, actually, based on actual research of social processes. Personally, I think that media are doing a bad job in participating in the development process nationally as an environment where creativity flourishes. And they can't take responsibility for the process. Just ask yourself a question. Are you content with what institutes we have? The processes in the country that allow us to develop creativity. I think we're doing a bad job because media is one of the key elements of this larger system. And we can talk about media in the context, in different contexts, from a different perspectives. But I would like to emphasize one of the segments, just because it's underestimated.
When as an element breaks loose from a system or when it doesn't work to a satisfactory capacity, everything else can be in order, but the system cannot produce the intended result. And one of the elements that doesn't work well is critique. In our country, I think the situation is dire with art critique. I think that nobody can name 5 critics whose opinions really matter when selecting a book or a play, or don't even talk about theater. Don't even talk about theater.
На третьому місці Гречанінов сказав спектакль.
By the way, Grechenino mentioned the play as a third element, ranked at third. But I think that it is the media's responsibility to make that happen. We had some attempts to do that. The media are a very important way to talk about important things with millions of people. It's the role and the function of the media. And about 10 years ago, for example, we had some major projects in the country which changed the industry, such as the X Factor, such as the voice of the nation, the voice. It matters what was done first, like Ukraine's Got Talent, etc. And that was replicated as like an echo because this was commercially very viable. And if we take the X Factor, the critic that everybody knows is the best critic is Sergei Sosedov. There was this element which everybody missed, that each Saturday millions of people came in front of the screen and he listened to a critic saying that this must have been done this and this, draw your attention to this. So there was a person which had a format to tell people how to evaluate, how to listen to songs and what to pay attention to. But these stories are rather the exception. So the Dancing with the Stars is gone now, but there was a lot of new dancing studios. Dancing has been popularized, yes. But this was an exception to the rule. But critique as an institution is very direly underdeveloped. And if in the Soviet times, which we all like to blame and despise, we could say that the critique was censored, it was one-sided, we tried to put everything through the prism of Marxism and Leninism, and it was boring and dull. But now, I mean, it's free for all, and if a critic wants to say something, on the one hand, and he has something to say, and he knows how to say it in an engaging way, he will find a platform to publish, or she will find a platform to publish themselves, whether it's Ukrainian Pravda or a TV channel, etc. But this institution, it's fallen out of fashion and it's become unpopular. And I think one of the reasons is, well, correlates to what Sevgil said, that you can write an article like that and an aggregate of 3 people will read it. And it's unsustainable. But that's the chicken and egg problem. As soon as we get an interesting format and an interesting critic, they will garner their thousands of followers. We don't have a demand for that, and there's no supply for that, so we don't create the demand, and we don't create the demand from the viewer. Whether the media are ready to assume this responsibility? Yes, I think they do, because it's the only way to rectify the situation, because it's very difficult to put this together, because once Jamie Oliver said, maybe it was not even his thought, but this is where I heard it from, it becomes a very difficult business to make changing the world for the better good business. It's like building a good business, it's difficult. Changing the world is very difficult, but changing the world and making it worth your while you're at it, that's next to impossible. But I think we can all do it together. Well, I'm just trying to define a problem here, and when we understand that there's a problem, we will find somebody innovative enough to resolve it. I think in some spheres we don't have anyone to criticize. And this is where you need to criticize the lack of content to criticize. I actually really like that Fedor said how an explosion in creativity in the media translated into the rise of dancing studios. That stopped there, but anyway, when we're talking about supply and demand, Fedor said he didn't formulate it this way. He formulated it in such a way that supply can create demand. Of course, you need to do that consciously. In order to do this, I think the Deputy Minister of Culture of Media Policy of Ukraine, and in the past, the head of the several media initiatives, Taras Shevchenko, who is right here with us. He did that quite successfully for a while, but I would like Mr. Taras to answer this. How much culture is there in our informational policy? Your 7 minutes, start now. Well, the first question, the answer is very simple, 100%. The informational policy and our culture correspond 100%. I'd like to start with on a different key, but all of that is, of course, intertwined. This is how you build your presentation. You make an announcement. This is what you're definitely going to hear that. But first, I'm going to say what matters to me. Well, I hope that everyone is interested in what I'm about to say. I would like to say a very interesting thing that started this week. This week, I came to the numbers pre-release screening, Numbers is a film by Oleg Sentsov, and this is a film made for the funds of the Ministry of Culture. This is a film that displays a totalitarian society, and there is no creativity, and there's no freedom. And when we're talking about media creativity in this conversation, I'd like to focus on freedom. Freedom as a value that is a very characteristic value of Ukrainians. And when we talked about the numerous value studies and about who we are as a nation, but for Ukrainians, even though we have had to live in a totalitarian society for a long time, the value of freedom and creativity has erupted into freedom. And tomorrow we are going to commemorate a very important date, the Day of Dignity and Freedom. And tomorrow we are going to always remember these two revolutions which contributed to this date, including the journalism revolution, which happened in 2004, and these events which, when there was no place for freedom was left, and when Andriy Shevchenko was talking about these temniki topic sheets passed down from the government to the media to talk about convenient topics. And when I was also present during the authoring of some legislative acts, censorship, considering censorship to journalists, but we found out a Ukrainian formula to counteract suppression of free speech by defamation suits. But anyway, I have seen, and we have all seen, that the value of freedom and creativity is very important for Ukrainians, and they've come out time and again to prove that. But in terms of freedom, we need to talk about responsibility, whether it's because I'm a lawyer or because I'm in the Ministry of Culture. I've always talked about this in the Independent Media Council, and one of my first recommendations to this council concerned the fact that the National Council of Broadcasting and Radio Broadcasting must set this framework. And the question of the media law that we're talking about, which is in the agenda right now, we, as ex-totalitarian citizens, we have concerns that whether these laws actually are there to guarantee fair competition and set the rules of the game, to contribute to freedom, and just to set some frameworks in order to prevent some abuse, such as calls to violence and calls to violate criminal laws, or whether this framework is being imposed by the state in order to stifle, punish, and to create non-competitive advantages and disallow freedom for one class of actors and allow total freedom, including freedom of abuse, for other classes of actors. And I came to media as a lawyer in 2001. That was my first event in this sphere. Konstantin Kurt from Internews Ukraine invited me to a meeting where the Journalist Ethics Committee was being created and assembled to commemorate the death of Georgy Gongadze. And the state was perceived as a source of suppression or a source of preference, or in order to protect some kind of a media, such as Radio Continent. And civic organizations and or journalists thought that they should allow as little state regulation as possible, because these were seen as punitive mechanisms. But now, I think that Ukraine is at the stage where we have approached a capability to act and think in a civilized manner. European nations and the European Union and other Western nations think in terms of both freedom and liability. The guarantee of freedom of expression and creativity, the ministry and the state bodies and authorities need to guarantee freedom and creativity and constitutional rights of human rights. But as well as they need to guarantee certain immutable rules of the game. And now when we're talking about the draft law on the media, together with the industry, together with the journalist organizations, together with international organizations, as a process of building civilized rules of the game, which are so necessary for our country, which will allow the market to develop further, because now we are talking about freedom of speech, about creativity, but needless to say, it's still a market, it's still an economic thing. And the Creative Ukraine Forum is about creative industries, which the media industries relate to that. I think media also should comprise the theater and non-traditional media, which the law kind of narrows it down to. Another thing that I would like to mention is the future about the artificial intelligence. And when we were talking about news, good news, bad news, robust writing news, fake news, misinformation, for me, the question that I've been asking is whether artificial intelligence is capable not to change the rules of the game or to change the perception, because right now we have a lot of fake news which are just distributed and shared very easily, especially on social networks. Whether or not artificial intelligence can work at least partially on fact-checking, because right now we have manual fact-checkers, and whether the artificial intelligence can impact our discussion and inform it for the better. If we have better algorithms to help the audiences make better sense and to have easier tools to verify what is being proposed to the audience. I'd just like to add this aspect to our discussion. And to wrap up my presentation, I'd like to say that creativity, dignity, freedom for the media, those are traditionally perceived as rights for citizens and business, but they're still very important for the state as well. And the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, in cooperation with the industry, especially right now, in the situation when this creative sphere is especially affected, especially hard through the coronavirus pandemic, and the state must guarantee these rights and freedoms. Can you please convince me that the creative sphere is hit the hardest? Yes, it is, because the access to HoReCa definitely limits the creative industries, and even in the European countries, they are protecting these specific sectors, but because work is not restricted, but rather than the cultural establishments, they are closed down. But it's not only the loss of immediate revenue, but it's also the loss of future revenue, because you can't practice, you can't rehearse when you can't do your things due to the lockdowns. And it's very difficult to teach your audience to appreciate that. These are some very interesting thoughts. We had some very interesting case studies. And right now, for general discussion, I'd like to ask this following question, and each one of you will have 3 minutes to say yes, no, and how, and maybe to give your opinion regarding to what has been said by the others. how much traditional or how much innovative do we need to become and in order to achieve success? Maybe each one of you has mentioned that, but didn't formulate it clearly. So maybe 3 minutes each for how much traditional do we need to be and how much innovative do we need to be in order to achieve success in culture and mass communications?
You got the sense of the
Peter?
how innovative and how traditional should we be, what we can allow ourselves in order to be successful in media and culture. 3 minutes.
Maybe I don't quite understand the question, no. Do you mean to what extent do we need to engage with technology?
No, I mean in our creative approaches, how traditional or how innovative, how we combine traditionality and innovation.
That's a fascinating question. I think it's you know, these are not kind of these are not contrasting things. Let me put this in a slightly broader historical context about tradition and innovation. Let's go back to 1920s and 1930s. Just like with the internet today, radio first made people very utopian. They thought radio would guarantee democracy. Some thought radio would end all wars because people would be able to hear each other across borders and would no longer fight with each other. Very quickly, as with the internet, this utopianism is replaced with fear. The Soviets, the Nazis, become pioneers in using radio for totalitarian dictatorship and for war. And it takes a while for democracies to go, okay, how do we use radio for democracy? And the great innovation is, of course, the BBC. And it's very interesting reading the autobiography of the man who created the BBC, Lord Reith, today. He basically says that the mission of the BBC is to overcome polarization, create a common debate, recreate what he calls the city-state of old. He's referring to Athenian ideals of democracy and deliberation. When I think about how we need to transform media in a digital age, how journalists need to use the latest tools of social science and digital technology, algorithms, in order to create this democratic public sphere, I'm actually thinking about what would Lord Reith, who created the BBC in the 1920s, do now. And he would, of course, be focused on content creation, but even more so, as Taras said, the algorithms. Can we create algorithms? Can we design online spaces which do not inspire hatred, disinformation, but which further common understanding and an evidence-driven debate? So in a way, in my work, I think about these really old founding principles of public service media and think about what do they mean in the digital age.
Thank you very much. І Севгіль.
Так. Хороше питання, насправді.
That's really a good question.
Я задумалася,
I was thinking, I was listening to Peter very carefully. You know, I thought I'm going to answer that question. Then he took me somewhere else, somewhere far, far away. And I'm going to, you know, get back down to earth. I think I'm going to say that it's pretty complicated. When I did some research, it's Alan Raspberry. He's editor-in-chief of The Guardian, and he was my thesis manager. And when Twitter and Facebook emerged, and he wrote a book about how news change. So he wrote about keeping traditions but being innovative at the same time. I think every media should have certain Bible where they have their principles and values, and we try to abide by this Bible. And I think every employee of UP can find answers to their questions. But we know that the world is changing. You have to be innovative. And this year we created a media innovation lab to have a platform to communicate interesting and controversial topics in an easy manner. So it's kind of a documentary. And journalism, everybody uses it as a legacy tool. It's not innovative for me personally. And yeah, actually, I asked him, how do we get back trust to media? He said, it's like writing thesis about how to get back toothpaste to the tube, back in the tube. And yeah, the answer is the same. You can't turn back the time. And we agreed that it's all mixed up. But our current stance is you have to communicate to people our principles, the differences between genres. This is what people fail to understand. And the main thing, having Facebook, having all these algorithms and globalization, the only thing that can save journalism is humanitarian approach. You have to be humanitarian. You have to be human. It's something that no algorithm, no AI cannot do. We talked to Google people. They create Google News using different languages, and they speak algorithm languages, and we. And this lady, I told her about IDPs, and they listen to us, but they fail to understand the situation. So you need to tell the story so that people can understand and sympathize. And the last thing, getting back to the COVID topic, this week we reached 10,000 victims of COVID. And I was shocked. It's almost the number of people we lost after a couple of years of war. How are we going to tell that story? Let's think about it. And, nothing. We wrote a text about official statistics, and then we came up with this idea because New York Times did this story. They dedicated their headlines to that. They did a marvelous job. And there was this young journalist, Ola Kirilenko, and she said, I was fascinated by story of a man from Ostrog. He rebuilt a synagogue, and he died from coronavirus. And now his father is collecting money to finish that job. So we wanted to tell that story. We wanted to tell about dreams of people who died from COVID and people who survived. I actually was sick with COVID, and I overcame it. So we would like to finish implementing their dreams. If we are human enough, where the fakes are out of the question, It's not about algorithm creativity because humans are the center of it. I would just say traditional humanity and innovative style. If I'm giving more time to Sevgil, it's just to correct gender disbalance we are having here. We're doing it for the balance. I don't mind, talking for less time. With no doubt, maybe with some doubt, but I would support what she said about innovation and new approaches, because the world demonstrates that the chances are drastic, and you have to. It's very difficult to stay traditional, and it's probably impossible. When they started, there was no market like that, like we have here. Now it's speeding up. We have social media. We have TikTok that is winning the big audience, and Facebook that's probably losing some audience. Or maybe it's leading for people of our age, but not for the youth. So creative is about innovation. Creativity is about that. Yeah, there's such thing as traditional creativity, but you can find new innovative ideas and traditions. So this forum lasts for 2 days, and I think it should emphasize that for Ukraine, creativity is typical for Ukrainians, and creativity is a way of developing economy. Yesterday, we had a great presentation from the minister where he demonstrated some numbers about figures for creative industries and what it will be the result in 2030. I think they were talking about 10% of GDP for creative industries, and it's all about innovations. The harder questions we have is how the state can stimulate these innovations. Pitching projects, these are ways that governments, these are steps that governments can take. Just like in the wartime, in peaceful time, the state, the government has to be on the leading edge of innovations, and we talked about supply and demand, and in our case, it looks like we have enough demand and we have enough supply. So innovations, creativity is the way that we're heading to. Yeah, actually, please, the floor is yours. Well, can you please specify a question, because the answers were very different. So what do you mean by asking that? Well, you can reconstruct. Yeah, we talked about the big restoration. We can have a big reconstruction. You can reconstruct that answer, the question, by the answers. So what is the share of innovations and traditions in creativity? I think creativity is about innovations. It's the essence of creativity. If we are talking about repeating old ideas, it hasn't any value. If we look back and look at those great people in cinema, in physics, anywhere, we will see people who brought something radically new. They brought a different perspective. And this is the essence of creativity. If you take create innovations, if you take new out of that, nothing is left. If I just create based on what I have, it's nothing. There should be something new. So it's always the same, innovations and creativity. In order to be effective, you need to take a look at the creative person, and you need to say that it's not just some crazy guy, he's a genius. And if this new idea fails to turn into development, we say this man is crazy. It's not a genius. Let's imagine the dark ages, somebody tries to discuss that media law. And the question would be, should we burn him on this wood or this wood? So the idea has to be digested in order to become development. And in order to make it happen, we have to keep in mind who we're talking to. We can't avoid traditions. We can't forget that. We have what we have. If we have an idea, we need to communicate it. And we need to think about the context, think about an environment, what world are we dealing with. If it doesn't happen, any brilliant idea is useless. Can you give me an example of how innovation and tradition get together in one of Ukrainian achievements, if we have any? Historically, today maybe a recent example during pandemic. During the pandemic, I think it's exaggerated story. Okay. Dacha Bracha band. If you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know them. We can find a lot here from traditions and even more from innovations. Thank you very much. Very valuable ideas. If we remember all these genius people, achievers, sometimes we found out that they were not the first to come up with their idea, but they were lucky, or they put some effort to promoting their ideas to their communication leaders. We joke that everything was invaded by Ukrainians, but they failed to promote it. So, okay, let's talk about traditions, innovations, and some examples. The floor is yours. Well, I think we started talking about innovations. Innovations are about communication and platforms. And there's nothing strange about it. We have TikTok. Okay, we got to be in TikTok. So on any platform, we have to use the rules that were created for hundreds of years. There should be a conflict in every story. And these rules, they exist in TikTok, Facebook, TV, newspaper, and they're still there. As far as innovation is concerned, my department has a new format department. This is how it's called. And I think in 2 or 3 years since its foundation, we did a lot of good innovation stories. Like recently, we had a great project, Why We're So Poor. We took a Scandinavian experience. Like unemployed are receive money, and what's next? According to some research, they have an idea that I think it was in Finland, like they gave some euros to the unemployed, and people, they thought that people start acting. So we did an experiment. Of course, we couldn't give money to all the unemployed people. We just chose a person, and we gave him some money for free every month, and we just observed what's going to happen. Today, this lady, she has a business, and she's doing pastry, cakes, and she employs people. And we did that experiment, I think, half a year ago. We started it in February, and the story is out in September. We're going to continue with that. I think it's an interesting experience for the state. And we did experiment in the school in Nizhyn. We brought a restaurant and nutrition specialist and a couple of more specialists to turn a normal school cafeteria to turn it into a platform for a good nutrition, a good cafeteria. And the success was, we had success because people kept calling us and writing us. I mean, the headmasters from schools all around Ukraine, please give us the secret. And we actually spend the same money that they receive, but they were able to replace their cafeteria equipment. The people who served there, they had a different attitude, and they communicated to kids in a different way. I think we had a good job.
1+1 held a very interesting, how do you call that, activity. We understood that Ukrainian children don't dream that much. Like Sevgil said, Ukrainian children don't dream, and adults are to blame. Adults tell children that don't even dream about this. Why? And, you know, these 10% that Mr. Tkachenko said, and by 2030, are going to be about children dreaming. We collected 100,000 drawings by children to visualize their children. We had 100,000 of children's dreams, and we had a 3D mapping in Khreshchatyk. We tried to map these to the Kiev municipal government building, and even the Space Agency of Ukraine helped us to launch these dreams into space, and I hope that they will reach some kind of a planet, and maybe intelligent entities outside of the Earth will see it. But when you got phone calls about this blueprint of this new cafeteria, did you forward them to the school, or did you give them the blueprint? Oh no, the specialists were from Kiev. That's very important. What you did, or somebody else made a successful experiment, and this is something that you need to scale. For the latter part of our discussion, could you say what constructive journalism should be about? Because in the beginning, it felt very Sovietish to me, but then I realized that this could be very much adapted to the current conditions. How do we develop constructive journalism in order to scale this experience, these best practices? But Fedor Grichaninov will start. Or you can say what the moderator is saying is not rooted in reality, this utter nonsense, and speak about your own things. Well, I haven't thought about this for a long time, so I don't have anything particular to say about this, but I believe that the media is the only way to convey an idea to a reasonable number of people, reasonably large number of people. So everything that we do in one way or another is about broadcasting ideas. We, every day, day in and day out, we broadcast ideas to millions of people, and we are responsible for everything that's happening. We have absolute responsibility for what's happening outside. If we had other ideas broadcast into the society, we would have had a different society. And if we talk about creativity is important and having 10% of GDP from creative industries, we now, again, are narrowing down the role of the creative industry. It's more about the remaining 90%. It's about the breakfast in schools, about all the other aspects. And no matter where you go, there is something to improve. And here we are in a state, I came from finance, and I remember when in 1990s, when someone more or less intellectual would privatize the plant, it was very easy to increase its value because no matter where you go, there was chaos. And you didn't have to be a super genius and forward-looking entrepreneur. You just had to have a pinch of common sense. You can improve and improve everywhere. Unfortunately, in terms of many processes in the society nowadays, our country is in this state. So you can improve and improve a lot of things. Sofia Musaeva. I would probably isolate three main rules. First is the standards and principles, and we need to inform our audience constantly about how we work and what rules we work with, and can explain our work. Second is hear our audience, what they want, what kind of content they need, what kind of topics they're interested in. And third is to learn, and especially learn from our mistakes. One specific example, a case study on recognizing your own mistakes. And what did that give you? I can actually share with you. We had a phenomenal story. It was the 13th of January. I was celebrating the Old New Year. We had people from Los Angeles, and I didn't go to our website from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., even though it's a rare occurrence, but that was one occurrence per year. And Elena Pritula didn't go to the website for a long enough time, and the editor was alone, and then I wake up at 7 and I go to the website, and I see this, and I see this news item about the FSB letters and Poroshenko. It was a long story from way back. I understand that the editor made a screw up. I'm very much ashamed, and I see a storm on Facebook, including supporters of Poroshenko, which was rightful criticism in this case. So I wrote an apology letter. I apologized to Mr. Poroshenko, to the audience. And we, as an editorial office, said that we're going to wash this down with our blood. And for 4 weeks, we did an investigation, and we asked 70 people about these FSB letters. I was hated by my journalists. There was a lot of painstaking work involved, but this is something that we needed. And we asked 80,000, we were read by 80,000 people, and this was the cost of our mistake, and we realized that the hard way. And the added value of a mistake corrected, because that was very, very difficult. Serhiy Popov, please. Constructive journalism has to be based on some degree of critical thinking. Unfortunately, our society is very polarized, and everybody lives in their information bubble that we've been talking so much about. And nowadays, journalists need to analyze their thoughts first and foremost, to analyze themselves, to analyze their way of thinking in order to not be caught up with these processes that are happening right now in terms of misinformation. Critical thinking is not about some kind of a recipe. There's no silver bullet for critical thinking. It's about your analysis. You're reading up a lot of content, and you critically assessing what you read. So there's no blueprint. Yeah, because there is no blueprint, because otherwise people will call you and ask for a blueprint. Peter Pomerantsev, what do you think?
Constructive journalism concept, how popular it is in Britain, let's say, and do you share this concept?
Sure. I mean, look, the concept of solutions aimed or constructive journalism is that, media will not just say how terrible everything is, but will look for solutions. Now, that needs to be reflected in individual stories. So if you do a story about homelessness, you also look for what is the solution to this problem, but also in the structure of something like a political debate. So Ukraine and America, you have political debates which are like, they're like wrestling. Let's get two guys to fight against each other. If you were applying the principles of constructive journalism, you would structure it very differently. You would, for example, give a policy solution, a policy problem to solve, and then challenge the different people to how they would work together and with the other side to solve it. So it's something that needs to be not just tacked on, but something that needs to be implanted into the center of our editorial choices if it's to be effective. But look, I think constructive journalism is itself part of a much bigger change that needs to happen, which is thinking about the effect of content much harder. The point of constructive journalism is for people who watch it to end up engaging in a much more rational, less partisan, and much more problem-solving way to challenges. Overall, I think we have to think much harder about the editorial choices we make. Do they inspire polarization, hate, paranoia, fear, or do the editorial choices we make help increase an evidence-driven debate, common respect, recognizing the humanity of others? And that has to happen all the time. I mean, we did a lot of work in Italy with Corriere della Sera, trying different ways to write about migration. And you could see how the way you approach the topic, whether you used more or less data, whether you used constructive news or opinion pieces, whether you used video or text, changed people's engagement, changed the way, the quality of the debate that you inspire. Again, there's no one single solution for this, but I think this has to become implanted into the values that we have in our editorial processes. Overall, we have to become much, much more engaged, both listening to our audiences, what they care about, but also understanding how we change the quality of the debate.
Thank you very much, Peter. І Тарас Шевченко, будь ласка, підсумкові, як там, прикінцеві зауваження.
Okay, now final remarks
Юридичний термін чи
or transitional remarks. That sounds very
Прикінцеві зауваження.
that sounds very legalish, right? Okay, so your transition and final remarks. Actually, as a lawyer, I will admit that I just went on Wikipedia and I looked up what constructive journalism is. Would you consider Wikipedia as a viable source? Yeah, well, it says that constructive journalism should be orientated towards solutions other than focusing on conflicts and problematic stories. I'm not a specialist in this, but just to continue, build up on what Sevgilis mentioned when they had a problem, how they resolved it. When 4 years ago I spent a semester at Yale University, which I have my notes called the Yale letters, the Yale notes. The first one is about the effect of when the scientists formulated it in 1992, and it's trust renewal paradox. It's called trust renewal paradox. And it's interesting that a client will treat the company better after they have rectified a problem as compared to how they would treat the company in case the problem never occurred in the first place. And I think these 80,000 people who read Ukrainska Pravda's investigation and why this happened in the first place, they will end up trusting Ukrainian Pravda more if they hadn't encountered this problem to begin with. And now our problem is meeting the time frame, and this is why I'm going to stop here. And this is a recognition of a problem, and this is a very pinpoint solution. Thank you very much to our female and male participants, and I hope that our audiences who tuned in can come to a good enough conclusion, and these people will definitely continue working constructively these problems. We aimed to finish this panel by 12:55, and this is what we're doing. Thank you. Long live everything.
Історія і спадщина надихають.
History and heritage inspire. Ukraine inspires you.
Ти надихаєш літературу.
You inspire literature.
Література.
Literature inspires ballet.
Балет.
Ballet inspires film.
Кіно.
Film inspires music.
Музика надихає.
Music inspires folk crafts.
Народні промисли надихають моду.
Folk crafts inspire fashion.
Мода надихає.
Fashion inspires design. Design inspires technology. Technology inspires you. You inspire Ukraine. Ukraine inspires the world. You inspire the world.
Дякуємо всім спікерам, що
Thank you very much to all the speakers which presented on the previous panel. Now we will have module number 5, socially oriented content, and here we have Igor Gordeev with one of the speakers who will be ready to answer Igor's questions. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not alone here. I'm here with Taras Shevchenko. Taras Shevchenko is it's kind of a sacred collocation of Ukraine because of the name of the famous poet. Everybody's now fighting fake news in Ukraine, both the media and the state. Who has a better authority to do that and more obligation? Well, not everybody's fighting fake news. Everybody can, but not everybody's doing it. Some people actually launch it. Well, I think the major role here is with the fact-checking organizations who honorably bear this mission, and usually they are staffed with activists who do this work. You know why the reason why I'm asking this is because a lot of civic activists are afraid that if the state officially or unofficially influences fact-checking, there could be something more to it. I'm hinting at censorship, etc. So does state have to do this? And there was a wave of concern when the ministry proposed a draft law on fighting fake news and criminal responsibility there too. I think everybody was very cautious about that. I think we need to focus on media literacy and be protected more and be able to recognize fake news.
Did you watch the first electoral tour in the U.S.? Well, partially. Well, CNN journalists, I think it's not CNN, it's Fox News or some other media, they just turned off the sound where Trump or Biden, when they saw some fakes. Is it okay for media, or it's not the right thing to do? What do you think about it? In such situations, like presidential debates, the citizens have the right to see unabridged versions of that. I think it's was some decision maker. It's not all media cutting access to that. We had presidential debate on a stadium. They, have the right to do anything they want. Yeah. Well, you can talk about fact-checking, but you can talk about the freedom of choice. Well, the border, the fine line is defined with the European Convention, the Constitution, and this is actually the balance. There is a common principle of freedom, and it says that the freedom can be limited when there is a law and there is a point, and then there's a complicated thing when there is a requirement. There is it's required by a democratic society. It's a very complicated thing. If people have a discussion about that, they have to make sure that nobody abuses it. Yes, but while they're having this discussion, people are very confused. Thank you very much. And thank you for trying to explain this fine line. Thank you. Now, before the next panel starts, I would like to invite Fedor Grichaninov. Good morning or good afternoon. You said a very nice thing that responsibility of media is related to the fact that we do not grow up people that can make stories on controversial topics. I would agree that is a business model because you're a business, right? For a European country, for some non-traumatized country. How do you do that? Because Ukraine is traumatized by war. I think that media should be businesses in a good sense. It should be a profitable business because this is sustainable, long-term prerequisite of independence. It's not a sufficient aspect. If you make money, it doesn't mean that you're free, that there is no censorship, but this is one of the aspects, one of the indicators. Yes, but if the media is not profitable, they're not free. They're dependent. Maybe they're dependent from the state, maybe from the shareholders, from Kremlin or Mr. Soros. Yeah, you have to raise these people. Yes, but raising these people is a real nice idea. Is it possible in Ukraine? Well, they're out there. I can definitely say that, and Ukraine is a country that is rich in talents, and you have to give them the possibility to implement their talents. We have lots of talents, and I think media can give these people such possibility. I wish you find a time to do that. We have lots of good people, but we have less maybe possibilities for that. We still have some time. Maria, your time will come. Okay, Savgil Musaeva, the editor-in-chief of one of the famous media in Ukraine. So do you feel any stardom? Well, it's not about stardom, it's about responsibility, and sometimes it is a burden. There's such concept, there's a brand credit. It's a big for UP. You can create screw ups, but sometimes we don't do that. I already mentioned that on our panel. One of the tasks is to say sorry, and you can make screw ups, but this is not our method. We always try to develop and improve and keep up with all the trends. The topic of the previous panel was dedicated partially to social media. And now professional news organizations need to be competitive and first and foremost fight for audience's interests and keep up with the standards. But we will talk about standards, but we have a market as well. For TV, it's a bit more complicated. And you have a very narrow audience, living in big cities. Because people living in rural areas, it's like Ukrainian Pravda, it's where is that? And it's maybe sometime you will be able to work for a wider audience, or you need to concentrate on that audience, maybe choose a paid content. I don't think that we have to focus on here, and it's a very controversial thing to say, because UP has a bigger audience, 800,000 people, readers, 1 million readers. We even had 1.7 million viewers at some point, and it competes with audience of big channels. But I think we need to have a good communication with them. And I think we're doing a good job because we bring interesting stories from all around Ukraine. Evolutionary. When will you become a big channel? Maybe in 10 years from now, maybe in 5 years is tangible. I have lots of optimism in my room. Thank you, Sev Gilf, and thank you for your stories from Crimea. Masha Yefrosinina, I was waiting for you. And I was waiting for you too. Well, I can talk a lot about you, but let's continue with our topic. How do you position yourself? Like, can you introduce yourself? Well, the life didn't prepare me for that question, but I'm going to talk about how public people must need to be tolerant about that. Maybe they have to transform to the situation where social topics are a norm, not an exception. Are you talking about moral values or business being profitable? Let's talk business. Let's speak in a business model language. You're a brand, right? You're building yourself as a brand, as an image, and then your brand costs more due to that case, or it's more about responsibility. Well, I will speak for myself. It's some transformation of mindset when in 2014 you realized, why the hell do you need that popularity if you don't change anything with that? I don't know what are you talking about. Brands. I don't have any knowledge about that. I didn't have a strategy. I just felt it deep inside. I realized why there are not many people doing that. And I faced many problems, and I will talk about them, and sometimes you get reprimanded for that. And today I can say, after those 6 years, I can say that I have a feeling that I'm influencing, and it's about trust. Let's talk about money, because it's like sex. People avoid talking about that because everybody has their own controversial topics. Well, let's say that I lack some knowledge about it. I know we're out of time, but can you say, somebody told me that, she did a big project in the USA. It's a big image story. In our country, if people order like some social commercial, they say like, you make money on that. You make money on people who suffer. And it actually spoils your brand, spoils your image. Were you ready for that? Actually, it was one of the factors of my fight, my struggle, because I'm trying to prove whatever the topic you have, it should be cool for your business, because not doing anything is worse than filtering some problems, certain problems. Thank you. You have a big panel ahead, and I wish you great success. We will see you in a while. And personally, it was the media panel was a pretty painful topic for me. And media gradually becomes business, and it's great. Maybe as a certain department's project, but gradually it becomes a business. And these are big steps. And it requires big steps, requires change of mindset, and it requires changing your audience. And we have to sacrifice something to make it happen, and you have to talk about it. The next topic is, and Katya Sacha will represent it. Igor, thank you. You've proven that you're a good philosopher. You have to, break the boundaries of your TV show. So now it's a final module of our forum to Creative Ukraine 2020, socially significant content, attracting audience using socially significant content. So I'm presenting you our speakers, Maria Afrosiner, famous TV presenter, producer of the And There Will Be People series, Olesa Lukyanenko, and scientific employer of social anthropology department of Cambridge University, Taras Federko. We also have a moderator here. Thanks. And I'm giving the floor to our moderator, Tvili Kuznetsova, Vera Kuznetsova, Vera Kostenko Kuznetsova. That's my name, and I work in the project Transformation of Communication USAID. And we will be talking about socially significant content and necessity to create it. And also we will talk about influence on society it has. We actually have a big team that works on that subject for more than 3 years. Before TCA, we piloted new approaches as part of a project strengthening civil trust, also financed by USAID, and CBI launched the first series about occupied territories. We also launched a sitcom, also new approach on to pitching new project. We launched competition, Young Lions competition with the creative industries associations in Ukraine. Now our project with Borscht, with Yevgen Klopotenko, and we want to make it like a national heritage food. We supported more than 60 projects, including travel project with Lesem Mikityuk. We did that before traveling throughout Ukraine became a trend during pandemics when the borders were closed. We also supported the first Ukrainian saga, And There Will Be People, that broke all the records in Ukraine. And we have Masha Yerfusinina and Olesa Lukyanenko and Taras Federko to talk about how we can create socially significant content in Ukraine. And we want to understand what is a concept behind it, what is a requirement, what is a demand from the audience. To help us understand it, I'm giving the floor to Taras Federko. He's a scientific employer of the Social Anthropology Department in Cambridge University. That's right. Taras, the floor is yours. We talked a lot about it, and you help our project. And we talked about statistical Ukrainian. I hate this word, but probably typical audience. That's the right word. Do we have enough information from research? Can you answer that question? Hello, everyone. Well, I always answer such questions, and that's my job as social anthropologist. Making easy answers complicated, but I hope that my complication will have a big implication. So, understanding of the audience, or understanding by the audience, we have to deconstruct the concept of audience, what do we mean by audience, but as well this infrastructure for the research is another issue. And on the previous panel, they talked about training specialists, people who can find right stories to communicate to public. And as a teacher with a small experience, but nevertheless, I know how this training process takes a lot of time. Yes, I'm not working on content in media, just like researchers who want to tell that story, and they're looking for that story in different strange places. And I see interesting or potential parallels between journalism and a wider understanding of a socially significant content and not scientific research. I don't really understand how it's related to audience, but to create a socially significant content, you need to track social change and the stories that emerge. Sometimes you need certain infrastructure. These are think tanks, companies doing research, NGOs, and non-public aspects, like hired researchers, producers within companies who can see a wider picture beyond personalities or beyond stories, who see wider problem within a context, who see typical perspectives, or maybe they see perspectives and typical points of view, and it allows them to see points or topics interesting for the audiences, and to think beyond trends that you can see in social network, stories that are beyond the surface. You have to have insight, and I can elaborate on that. How you can build these institutions, but I want to say that
because it's very important to have a deep understanding of social studies that supersedes polling, that transcends the research of social development. It's critical thinking of qualitative studies and a deeper understanding of social senses. And maybe later I can talk about good case studies which are not at the surface, which are not often talked about, even though they should be, and which are examples of socially relevant content. It depends on, of course, who we believe to be the audience of this content. It's probably an abstract definition of question, but it has a lot of implications that we don't even think about, because we don't often think about this in enough detail as producers or editors, as reportage and as managers of state communications. We don't search enough for these topics. I would ask one additional question, and it has become even more difficult to understand the needs of the audience. So maybe let's try to answer the questions. Do we have enough studies in Ukraine? And if not, what additional research do we need to undertake in order to better understand the positions of the audience and what anchors do they use in order to select socially relevant content? It's very difficult to, asking a researcher what kind of studies are necessary. It's a loaded question because I would say that all research is necessary. But doing applied research, I realized that due to the oversaturation of the social studies by different studies, especially mass-oriented sociological studies, I was amazed by that because I thought, because I was living under the aegis of different foundations who fund all of this research, I think that you can give several answers to this question. There are, of course, several studies, and the question is whether they're accessible enough and whether there is sufficient open data for everyone who would want to analyze this, including among these production teams who want to create content. And maybe this is a question to donors who finance such research and who want the results and the databases to be made publicly available for anyone who could possibly be an interesting party or a stakeholder in using this data. But then it's a question of end users of these studies. The question is whether or not there is a production team making this content, whether there are analysts and experts who can analyze these studies and identify problems and issues in these research studies, especially the one we are holding, a study we're holding right now about the land reform. For example, the assumption that Ukrainians are skeptical towards land reform actually falls apart because there are many audiences who have different sources of skepticism, and these are different stories which need to be communicated differently in terms of government communications. In order to understand those, we need to hold deep interviews and focus groups that could discover the nuance of these diverse categories of skepsis towards the land reform. And of course, in my opinion, that requires a lot of deeper research and patience and planning at least half a year ahead and patience to achieve these insights because it's very difficult to achieve those very quickly. At least among social scholars in Ukraine, there's sufficient creative insight and initiative to hold this type of research. Thank you very much, Taras. Thank you very much. To sum up what we've what was said, we need more studies, we need more explainability for those who make content and to understand the motivations of people who are making certain decisions. Let's consider this question resolved. Let's talk about you, Masha. I'd like to thank you because when we had our first conversation, I called you a communications channel which could be treated as offensive by you, but you didn't get offended and you understood that, and you understand and realize that celebrities in Ukraine have their own ready audience who are ready to react to messages. And usually celebrities don't use them to the best effect, but you use your channels to use simple language to shed light on complex social issues. Why did you decide to do that? I would also want to say that Masha is the goodwill ambassador of the UN in Ukraine in terms of population and counteracting domestic violence. And why did you decide to build socially relevant content? If I had a very easy answer, well, by the way, hi everyone. I feel a bit strange when I hear so much about myself, and this is true, and I keep talking about this, that this was not a strategically planned model. I look at the behavior of famous individuals in the Western space, media space, because I'm a fan of certain directors and actors and other opinion leaders, and I've seen that in no case there would be a person who would not broadcast some social issues. For them, it's normal. For us, this was a closed topic. And I remember the times when, among all celebrities, there was, how do you say this correctly? This was a controversial thing on whether or not you publicly work on some social issues, whether it's philanthropy or helping kids, where I started by creating a foundation, whether it's a social activism. So everybody was saying, like, if you do it quietly. And the thing is, it's not a problem of celebrities. The problem is that it was not about public activity. It was not a normal component of the culture of our consciousness and our society. I can't say that this is the new normal even today. Before long, the algorithm was very clear. In order to be loved by people and have your own audience, you did not have to work on any social issues. You can just have your own content, your own show, your own film, your own music hits, your own content, and people will love you anyway. But if we talk about people putting some senses in their communications channels, that had to begin sometime. And this is where the main story starts, and it's not romantic at all, because the case study that I started with global celebrities, it did not become very successful in our world, because it appeared that the whole story that do it quietly and you're going to have an easier time, it had some grain of reality to it. We did not have this culture, not only among celebrities, but also among general people, general populace. So you were like a kamikaze, like a trailblazer. You know, you would be the settler you would be the pioneer who would get the arrows before settlers get the land. And just to display how I got to where I am right now, is I did not give up. This was my only immutable formula that I'm ready to stand behind. And I don't want to sound coquettish, but this is something I'm going to keep insisting on, because we have a lot of stereotypes. Some things are not accepted, and some people say, "Oh, you're just building your image. This is all just PR." And I say, "Okay, do your PR, build your image, do good things to build your image." But all of these comments, they keep being voiced, and all of these pioneers. Why do public people need to do that? Because you're trying to blaze this trail through hard rock,
хотіла щось важливе сказати.
through
Тому
the rocks, basically.
в нашій країні
But then people start following suit. But for celebrities, it's much harder because there's a stereotype such as you don't do it. Philanthropy needs to be quiet, just like you need to be. If you want to be quiet or make others, if you want to be happy, do it quietly. If you want to make others happy, do it quietly.
більше було б відверто
So
сказати,
I think
працює над руйнуванням
my generation is working on
комунікацій.
ruining this rock wall
Вивчила цю
and then blazing the trail and building the channels of communications. From 2015, I have toured the country several dozens of times, and
трохи порахувати.
I tried to give an inventory of that. I probably met with about 30,000 women.
Приблизно така аудиторія. І воно
That was the extent of my audience, and it has shown me that girls and women,
в роках від 20 до
starting from 20 to 40 plus, to 40,
щось
are ready to change things. They are ready to talk about their rights, and they're ready to break these stereotypes.
я зрозуміла,
And
що це мені дає
you just with that, I realized that I can talk to them in the language that they want to hear and understand. And then everything was quite logical after that point. It was quite swift. It was not planned at all. In my audiences, in my motivational speeches about success and about how to love yourself, and this was some very feminine things. People started bringing up, women started bringing up violence that they have to undergo in their families. Well, you know what happened next. And the NFPA and all of this activity starting from 2018 that has become a part of my life. Probably supporting and not keep supporting what you believe in and don't give up is a very important motto, because everything else is basically rhetoric. If you had more support and if you could not give up for a longer and longer time, what would be the new issues you want to tackle? Because, the issue of domestic violence is far from being tackled, but we understand that this is not the only issue in Ukraine. So what else would you want to talk about more actively?
багато вас
I don't want to scare you.
цього, як сказати, втіпки багато ланок.
This chain has several links. I went into the topic of family violence through the topic of abandoned children, because our foundation works with a lot of orphanages where children have been just abandoned, and I try to understand why do hundreds of thousands of children get abandoned by their mothers. And I understood that women, a lot of women, the majority of women who abandon their children,
класного життя.
they do it because their life sucks.
Почала чути, що вони
I started understanding and hearing that it would be their child would be better off in the orphanage than they would live in the family especially with an abusing husband. And this is where I got interested. In answering your question, I understand that I can see a lot of a consistent psychological portrait of a woman who is targeted by domestic abuse. And there's not a lot of optimism there, because a lot of these women have been raised this way. They can't leave those families. They have accepted this as a new normal of their life. But their daughters and sons, and I'm talking even about teenagers, that gets me really disturbed, because when these children get timely information that they have a chance for a better life, and that they should not feel that this model that their parents set should not necessarily be their model of behavior, I wanted to work more with teenagers who should get another chance at building a happier and a different family. And there's a lot of aspects to this. It's about, where should they get educated, where should they get advantages or bonuses from the government. Maybe they should get some scholarships for higher or even vocational education. So we should work with this generation who every day we say, they're our future, all of this work we're doing for the future generations. But to a certain degree, there is a certain subset of the population which is evolutionarily, which can inherit the problems of their families, and nobody really thinks about. I can talk about this at length, but I understand that I'm kind of constrained by the time limit. Thank you very much. I think you have just proven yourself to be a social anthropologist who understands what she's doing, and this proves once again that you can't just start speaking about something before you actually understand deeply what is it that you're talking about, and then you start talking about things that you understand. I must say one more thing, one more word. I want to note that comparing the situation to 5 years ago and today, there are some real and tangible changes. Every public person or celebrity starts thinking about what should they promote, what should they become an ambassador of. There's real change. Whether this is enough or not, no, this is not enough. But I think we need to understand that there is progress, and this is a continuous path that needs to be followed. And even in our experience, we're working with public personalities such as Lesa Nikityuk and Volodymyr Dantes, Yevgeny Sinelnikov. And we have understood clearly when work happens in this way, it's very much easier to reach the audience. So you need to find a certain balance between the social issues and the thoughts of the opinion leader. And now we're going to pass the microphone to the fourth guest, and there's another approach about, let's call it story building or storytelling. We think about this in the Communications Transformation Project, and we have thought about this in the previous project. And one of the hardest issues here, when we made our first pitch, we thought about our topic was joining and uniting Ukrainians, and we have discussed whether a historical saga project could unite Ukrainians, because history in Ukraine can often be divisive, and Ukrainians view certain things differently.
And we decided to support that project, and we had some finance from the Ministry of Culture, and I just want to emphasize that the state is already considering this, helping this project. It's been almost 2 years, and in September, and There Will Be People series was launched, was broadcasted, and people were so positive. I can praise Leslie and her team for a long time, but I just want to give you the floor and just tell us why this story, what are the results? Yeah, thank you. And honestly, if it weren't for your support, we would fail to understand how important is the product we created. The idea we had, it emerged long ago. We were talking about creating a historical series that Ukrainian audience would identify themselves with, would relate to. It was an ambitious idea because we didn't have many series in Ukrainian language, especially historical series. But we found out that it was a good idea, and there's a book by Anatoly Demerov called "And There Will Be People." It's about the tragic moment in Ukrainian history, starting from communist regime, collectivization, and artificial famine, Holodomor in 1932-1933. And this novel was written very emotionally, and it's a psychological novel. There are a lot of character lines. It's a good script for a series. So we started to work on the script, and the ministry now announced a competition. So we won 50% of financing, and looking for other sources of financing. We learned about USAID, who supports socially significant content. Unfortunately, we didn't understand what the socially significant content is. And we were thinking of a patriotic movie, but this kind of scares off producers. And patriotic cinema is a cinema about Ukrainians, about Ukraine, but socially significant content is something that allows you to develop as a society. And the question was, can our series help Ukrainians, modern-day Ukrainians? And how can we help Ukrainians to understand themselves? And how can we, what can we do, or what should we not do to avoid having this tragedy we had back in 1930s? Because this series is about us. It's about our ancestors, about our grandparents. It shows how different we are. Although this series has a dramatic line, it has a taste of hope and well, let's watch the video. Yeah, well, if I may, I would like to show a couple of slides. I didn't have enough time to prepare. I don't know if you see the text, but I will just say a couple of words about the promotion campaign. It was decisive for the series' success. So why did we do that? Why did we choose the different approach, different from other series? So we realized that we didn't have such content on Ukrainian channels, and viewers may miss it because they used to Russian language series at that point in time. And we did some first steps in that direction. It's not a classical TV series. Normally people like comedies, soap operas, and it's a historical drama. And that means it's not a prerequisite for success. So we decided we need to tell people why it's not just another pathetic lecturing movie. And we realized that there is a lot of people who don't watch TV, and we want to cover that audience as well. We need to look for these people on Facebook and YouTube, Instagram. So we called USAID, and we're thankful to you for supporting us, and we launched a promo campaign. So there are some messages, key messages that we identified when preparing that campaign. So there's no future without past. We need to learn about our past. we have 12 main characters in our story. I'll get back to the first slide and preparing the poster. We try to recreate the old photos of 20s and 30s, and we recreated a family photo. They're not all relatives. They're representatives of different ideological views, but it's same nation. They're part of the same nation. For us, it was one of the biggest messages. And we also identified some directions for communication strategy, digital, including YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. These are resources, based on resources of our Film UA group, working with media, working with STB channel. They became our partners, and they also did the premiere. So what did our promo campaign include? We had a lot of TV and media materials. We created a couple of teasers. There was a short teaser, longer trailer. Also, we did a soundtrack, song, video. The song is called Zazulya, which is a cuckoo bird. I think we will be able to listen to it today. We launched a page in social media. We did interviews with actors and film crew. We involved some students of our cinema university. They did like a logbook. And we also launched a flash mob. And we asked viewers to share the photos of their families. It was a very interesting experiment. I had to call my relatives, my family. Some of them, they live in Crimea. Like my relatives live in the city of Kerch. So my mom ended up drawing a family tree. And we also had a different problem. We talked to our film crew, and they said, and we said, like, share your photos, and they didn't. And then they said, we don't have them. So if you have your family photos, cherish them and take care of them, because they have a huge value. So we also launched a series of videos called Our Story, and I will elaborate on that. So what was the idea behind them? The task was to build a bridge between generation that lived 100 years ago and the current generation. So we created 9 videos about different characters. And these characters talked about a certain problem from the series. And then the actor who would play the character talked about the modern problem that we have in our society. And it turns out that it's the same problem. And it was successful. It was received a good response from the audience, like family values, family ties, propaganda threats, because sometimes political leaders, TV channel, they manipulate people, they're divisive. Other topics are being human, finding your place in this world. Just take the city of Kiev. women, a lot of women, they have jobs, good jobs, but overall it's a problem. Another topic is looking for unity. Whatever position we have, whatever stance we have, you need to understand that they have reasons for it. Can we launch one of these videos?
Мене звати Олеся Івасюта, і я людина, яка довго жила серед брехні. Не знала рідну матір. Думала, що знаю свого батька, але і це виявилось обманом. Я актриса Катерина Григоренко. Роль Олесі схвилювала мене, бо тисячі українців переживають те ж саме. Живуть, не знаючи правду про себе, про свій рід, навіть про свою країну. Мені брехали, думаючи, що вбережуть мене від чогось. Але брехня залишається брехнею і завжди ранить. Особливо, коли вона йде від рідних.
Зараз скажу. Ой, летіла зозуля, зорі та в долину. Ой, та стала кувати, мою долю нещасну мені предрікати.
Приховування правди ніколи не вирішує конфлікт, навпаки, тільки загострює. Чому так важливо прорвати завісу брехні? Тому що, поки не знаєш правду, не знаєш, хто ти є. Про це наша історія.
Thanks. So we show these videos. We have them on YouTube, on Facebook, and I will tell you about the results. So there will be some facts and figures. We had a premiere on AskTV channel. We opened the season, and the numbers were not so great that we anticipated. Of course, it's a historical drama. It's a pretty difficult product to sell. Maybe we didn't prepare our viewers for that, but this is not a failure, definitely. But I think it was a success, and we thank STB channel for that. It was a Ukrainian series in Ukrainian language. It was at prime time. I think it's a success. And these numbers are pretty high. It's around 2 million viewers, not a low number. And also the series was successful in YouTube, in social media. And these figures are relevant for late October. The numbers are growing. The number of views is more than 6.5 million. And the first episode reached more than 1 million of viewers. And the audience of viewers is actually, these are active, very active people. We received lots of comments. And I really liked watching this series being reposted. We had 76 posts, and the general overall number of reposts, 7,479. We had different reviews in mass media. YouTube. The general number of views, likes, you can see it here. The first episode reached more than 1 million views. I think our page has 19,000 subscribers in Facebook,
Мені це було 2 мільйони 250
and we had more than
глядачів.
2 million viewers.
Тож зверніть увагу на загальну там кількість лайків, да, 50
So just
кількість репостів, 7 тисяч.
look at the number of likes
І
and reposts.
слово про Інстаграм,
And a couple of words about Instagram channel.
менше поклали зусиль на Інстаграм чи на Фейсбук.
We put less efforts in Instagram
Якби показав Інстаграм і
than in Facebook, but
різні і вікові
actually the audience is different.
вибудовували
And when we built our promo campaign, we thought
18-55
the audience, 18 to 55 years people, and they said like, don't cover the youngsters.
яка дивилася це 30-40 років.
And we realized that the series is very popular among
Штука, яку
30-year-old people.
дуже багато перепостів.
There were a lot of
Люди
reviews,
сказали, що
reposts,
знала історію, про яку мені
feedback,
говорили наші бабусі. Вони співчували різним акторам,
and
героям.
older people, they
Пощувалися,
had a lot of empathy to the characters.
людей. От, і
I just made screenshot of
те, що писали, що
different reviews in social media. So people write that we broke the matrix of Russian language series.
слайд, останнє слово, що
I just wanted to show the last slide.
закінчили серіал. У нас якби це не спойлер, закінчиться, що герой говорить.
The series, the end of the series, is when the character, the protagonist says that we will live in our fields we'll be happy. So the feeling of hope for the better, hope for the change, is something that our viewers can relate. I'm talking too much.
Ну, для мене особисто це теж серіал, який дав розуміння.
Yeah, for me is a series
Недаремно ми підтримуємо соціально вагомий контент.
that shows me that we are here for the reason.
Коментарі по типу ми з Білорусі, і тепер ми вас
And it's interesting to read people from Belarus, like we're from Belarus, but we really feel for you when Russian hands trying to grab you. Oh, you're welcome to watch the series on YouTube. And right now, I would like to say thanks to our Ukrainian participants. The panel is not over, but we're moving to Hollywood, and we will talk to our experts in Los Angeles. They recorded a conversation, a very interesting conversation, and those are our experts, Adam Siegel and Josh joined us last year, and he became active participant, helping USAID in Ukraine, creating socially significant content.
Together with them, we have launched a project called Talking to Hollywood, where we discuss with them the creation of socially oriented content in Hollywood, and this is a conversation on whether or how we should create socially important content. And yesterday, Adam and Josh have recorded a conversation with David Levine of HBO on Westworld, Game of Thrones, and True Detective, and now he heads the work on 13 Reasons Why, Homecoming, and Mr. Robot. This will be a 30-minute conversation, which I hope you will find very interesting, because there will be some topics which people in Hollywood think about and our creators also think about. Then we are going to come back to the studio, and I have a couple of announcements to make, and I have a teaser for the premiere of one of our projects. We'd like to thank our Ukrainian guests. Let's continue to the video.
Okay, so take two. This is number two. All right. And hello, my name is Adam Siegel.
And I am Josh Weinstock.
And we are both really happy to join Creative Ukraine, this Creative Ukraine Forum. And we want to thank the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy for inviting us. And we're excited to be a part of what is also one of the first events with Transformation Communications activity. Both Josh and I are consultants, and we work with the TCA, which also previously we were working with the Ukrainian Confidence Building Initiative, all of which is part of USAID. And we are really fortunate because today we're going to be talking to David Levine, who is the Chief Creative Officer of Anonymous Content. Now, Anonymous is one of the, so it's a mini studio, they say in Hollywood, but it does incredible amounts of work and incredible shows, including True Detective, Mr. Robot, Berlin Station, The Alienist, 13 Reasons Why, Maniac, Homecoming, Dickinson, and many, many more shows. Prior to that, David was an executive at HBO. There, he worked for more than a decade developing shows and eventually became the executive vice president and co-head of drama, where he oversaw shows like True Detective, as well as other shows like Westworld, Sharp Objects, and a little show that you all may have heard of called Game of Thrones. And so without further ado, we're really, really fortunate. And what's great about David is that these two roles show that he was both an executive, who we say is a buyer, and the producer, who was the seller. So he's really been on both sides of the table and really has a great perspective on the process. So we're going to bring him up and activate his camera. And there he is. Hi, David. Great to see you again. It feels like just a moment ago. Anyway, we're just going to jump right in. We did our introductions, and what I thought I'd just really start talking about is, so the nature of the program that we work with in Ukraine is to develop shows that are specifically designed and created around social issues. But as we know, when you approach any kind of project, and this is true if you're making a show that has social impact, or if you're in Hollywood where you're adapting shows on novels or graphic novels or with any kind of big IP, what often happens is that becomes the dominant thing. Everyone thinks it's about that. But you would look at it in a different perspective, which is really, I think, quite helpful in a creative process, because what you say is that in order for a show to really be good, is storytellers need to take from what is within them and then start anew with whatever topic they're examining. Could you explain a little bit more about that theory and kind of how you work creatively, both as a producer and as an executive?
Sure. There's a couple questions in that, Adam. So I want to figure out which is first, which is, do you want me to talk more about social impact or sort of the role? I just want to make sure I'm answering the right question.
I think we want to do both. I mean, I think what I've noticed is that the social impact is the topic and those are the issues, and you'll get into that, but I really am interested in how you attack it and how you attack these projects where it doesn't get dominated by the issue or the topic.
Because I guess I come from a perspective that the issue isn't the project. The issue may be part of the project, and what you're exploring within the issue may be part of why the story's being told at the time the story's being told in the characters' lives. But you always have to start with a character, and you always have to start with why you're starting on that character or set of characters, and why you're taking those characters or set of characters where you're taking them. And it might end up being that issue. But that issue won't be the only thing that they are, because they were whole people before they got involved with the issue, and they're going to be whole people once they resolve the issue. And issues are external, and issues are internal. I think audiences relate to the blending of both. When the internal issues for which drive your characters, connect with the external issues for which your characters are trying to solve. So when you're developing something with someone, a lot of it comes from what I think we talked about before, which is a really good relationship with an artist for which there's trust, which is I'm not going to change the story you're telling, but I'm going to understand the story you're telling. And the more that you can embrace and understand why a story is being told, why that moment, and why go from here to here to here with those characters, I think then you can give feedback to people. And often that feedback is usually the person you're working with telling you why they haven't accomplished what they needed to accomplish, less than you have to tell them what they haven't accomplished, because they know the story they're writing. So I think the chief thing for the artists that are going to see this is for you to really think about when you're taking on a story to figure out why and where and how and what is the reason why you really think this is the moment to tell it, and so that the person working with you can guide you on the path that you're going, not on the path that they want it to go.
And in a way, that's kind of it, right? Like, I think it was Frank Capra used to talk about, he would always have the one phrase that was the core of the project. And after shooting, and then he had all the film, it was like the old days with real film. He would go, I don't know what this is about. What this is a mess. It's so complicated right now. But he'd just go back to that one phrase, and he'd go back to that one thing that was simple and clear, and that's what drove him forward.
Yeah, storytelling, or what the story is about, should be simple and clear. How the characters behave should be wonderful and complicated. And I think people often think that the story should be the complicated thing, and that's the trick to great storytelling, is it's not actually a complicated story. I mean, I learned a lot from my last boss because I'm an abstract thinker, so I tend to think to the wide reach of a story and not to the center. And there are a lot of people who only think to the center of a story. And I think once you understand the center of a story, you can go to its wide reaches. So each HBO show that I worked on was about something very simple at its core. It was an examination of morality of people who have moral jobs. It was a catharsis for a character going back to solve something that was really within her and not outside of her, in the murder of two young girls, but really what had happened to her sister. It was the story of a kingdom that was going to collapse and be reborn. Very literally in Westworld, it was the story of what happened when the robots gained their consciousness in Westworld. I think when you realize that stories themselves have an operating sort of idea, when you learn to write in high school, when they teach you in English how to write essays, and the first paragraph of the essay sets up the rest of the essay, I think somehow we've lost that in creativity. But it's still the same principle, which is the very first thing you say is what the whole paper is about. So if you know what it is at the very beginning, it will be the very same thing at the end, but it will be how the characters got to the answer of the question that was raised at the very beginning. And that's storytelling, and that's why I love doing it.
Yeah. And I think what you just said really gives a good overview and obviously insider perspective into your thinking and why you were such a good fit at HBO, right? Like, HBO's brand is the best in the business. And year after year, no matter the competition, who has the best shows? It's HBO, right? So I think you're getting a lot of sort of the perspective about why you were such a good fit there. And in talking about the HBO shows, for instance, a lot of it really does begin with the characters, right? And I think you had mentioned at one point, it's really about human behavior, right? And you could put different shows and different subgenres, but at the end of the day, it's really about the exploration of human behavior. Can you sort of elaborate a little bit more specifically about specific shows you worked on there during your time there, related specifically to like social impact and social issues, and how you sort of incorporated those into some of the bigger genre shows?
All the biggest shows have a whole host of issues within them that sort of get excavated in the totality of the show. You do feel the time that they're written, often if they're written really, really well, and you also feel the the psychic space that they're written in, because when somebody great is writing, they're really writing about that time. Tony Kushner obviously is writing very grandly about very big things, but very much about time and space when he writes an epic play. It's the same thing for an epic show. I would say for True Detective, less that it was an excavation of social issues, Josh, but I think it was an excavation of morality, which is that when Nick started, he wasn't writing a procedural about a killer who happened to be murdering young women and young children. He was writing about the moral choices that cops make to do the right thing when they're faced with a killer like that. And his characters convicted two people who had not done it, which was an easy thing to do, and then ultimately figured out who had done it, because they reminded themselves in the latter half of the show that they owed a debt to society to do their job, that their morality was really more important than the celebration that they had for the thing that they hadn't done. When he wrote season 2, there was a really amazing line in it, which I do think a lot about, which is that when you are a person who is accused of doing something wrong, so the opposite of morality, but immorality, you can't deny your immorality. You are your immorality if you choose to act on it. So there was that line in episode 6 where Frank says to Ray, that action was in you long before I met you. And it was very interesting to then hold up season 1 under that prism, which is that was what Nick had ultimately written about, and why the style of season 1 was told in multiple time periods, because he wanted to show about the actions that we're responsible for in our lives. In season 3, I really think he was writing about the person, the idealized version of self, which is, what if you had a person that was so good and only did moral things? Would that make them moral if they never solved the greatest case that was in front of them? And then ultimately he does. And I think for me, I'm not telling you the plot of any of the seasons. I'm not talking about the killer. I'm not talking about the house that burns down. I'm not talking about any of the things that happened, or any kidnappings, or any story-driven pretense. But what I'm looking at is, to Adam's first question, is really, what is it about? And for me, True Detective was all about morality, and it was all about the world that you actually live in versus the idealized world that you wish you lived in, and then the reality of what happens when the world you live in, you create a destiny that isn't good. So I think great writing really relies on someone, as a writer, really thinking about the trajectory for which they want to tell a story. I think with social issues, we definitely dealt with it in Sharp Objects. Sharp Objects was dealing with someone who harmed themselves. We tried to the best of our ability to examine why someone may do that, and where that trauma may come from, and why that is for some a solution to trauma, and how to release from trauma. And really get at the core of catharsis. That was obviously a very dark show about examining family frailty, and examining weakness, and self-loathing. And I think ultimately the path often out of any of those things, is really drawing characters to whatever light there is in their lives. Sometimes it's love, sometimes it's faith, sometimes it's grace. I just love when a show takes you along that trajectory. So each of the shows that I made, which were extremely dark, I will admit, we're always going on the trajectory towards grace, and towards catharsis, and towards release of pain. And I can't tell you that I feel that way. Part of why I'm not an artist myself is that I don't have the capacity for that, because I am so unerringly moral in the way that I see the world, that I don't want to cause pain or cause harm. So I'm really fascinated by people who write about it and who examine it and portray it, because I really think that people want to go through that journey of finding whatever it is that's on the end of that journey. And the great part about working at HBO, I used to say, is you couldn't figure out an HBO show at the end of the first 10 minutes, or at the end of the first episode, or even by its title, but you could figure out an HBO show by watching till the end. That was the intention, for better or for worse. That was always the intention. And the totality of a show is usually the opening of an aperture, which, if you're writing something really effectively, will be the size of the screen by the end. but it will be the size of the eye by the beginning. So you can only see what you see, but by the very end, you can see it all. And that was the goal of an HBO show. So.
You know what's interesting, because this gets into what makes HBO really special, which is they made shows that were highly, critically acclaimed and well recognized, but they were accessible. And you really had that balance. And I think one of the points that we've talked about in the past is that it really comes down to bringing, and this has been happening in television for a long time, because traditional television, old television, I call it, was cop shows and legal shows. It's all about what you do. Now shows are about what you are. And it really comes down to about a point of view. And one of the challenges that we all have in Ukraine, in the United States, and around the world is everything's become so political. Everyone's got ideological issues, there are language issues, there's cultural issues. But what do you think is then, when we're talking about point of view, what do you think is the key then to making content transcend all that so you can really make it accessible?
I think the way to make it transcend, Adam, is part of the nature of transcendence. Like, I think a lot of the times when you ask a question, the answer is in the question, which is what is it that people connect with in the first place, is certain touchstones. So touchstones come from a variety of reasons. It's an emotional connection or an empathic connection with the main character. It's an emotional connection or empathic connection with the reason for the show, family, or whatever it is that it's engendering to explain. It's a connection with the world. It's the responsibility of the artist to provide those touchstones. So the answer, I think, sometimes is in the question, which is great shows transcend because they provide you with enough access to the different things that might connect with you, that will cause you to watch it. I didn't work on many great shows that HBO made. One that I didn't work on was Big Little Lies. And the way that became accessible was really interesting, because I read it and initially I was like, you know what? I really relate to a certain kind of storytelling and behavior, and this isn't it. I very much thought it was a show we should make, but I didn't think it was a show I should make. I thought someone else should make it. My colleague Francesca did a brilliant job. And I think one of the things that provided was it went from being about a murder for which there was a Greek chorus telling you a story, to being about marriage, and 5 different ones. And I think she did a really brilliant job providing an access point to a show, along with David Kelly and John Mark and everyone, and Reese and Nicole and all the actresses. But I think they gave you a vantage point for which you could connect. Even if you couldn't connect to the whole thing, you had each character gave you something to connect to. And I think when you think about a show, you have to start thinking about that. You can't just connect only through the main character, and you can't only connect through the plot, but you can't connect through the main character and the plot if that is the show. So on a broadcast show, the action of that character doing their job every week is what you're connecting to. In a serialized cable show, you have to constantly be provided with different things that make you grow in your relationship to them. Emotional catharsis, like we've talked about, sometimes acceptance of self, whatever those things are, the deep examination of relationship. Those are the things that people realize they're connecting to, and they're connecting to the emotions that come alongside it. So people will equally connect to 6 Feet Under as they will to This Is Us, because it's the emotion of being in a family. People can relate to that. Sometimes I'm working on something that I really, really want to make. I think it's one of the most beautiful stories I've ever read, which is this novel by Rohinton Mistry called A Fine Balance. It takes place in Mumbai in the 70s, and it's about a woman who takes in 3 people, 2 tailors and a young college student, right at the dawn of the partition, which is a defining moment in Indian and Pakistani history. And it really examines almost everything about India in my mind. And it barely leaves the apartment. It only leaves the apartment to go into the past and into their lives, And I think if we get that right, that is a whole story about one of the most dramatic events in world history for people, that never leaves an apartment. You don't often have to go far, but you have to go deep. And I think that story has the capacity for depth, unlike almost any other that I've ever read. I feel like you will understand thousands of years of India just by watching it. And that for me, if we get it right, is so powerful and so important as a storyteller. And all I crave as someone who will hopefully continue to do it, maybe with the people that will watch this, is just that you have a great story that you want to tell, and you have a reason for telling it, and you have a purpose in yourself for why tell it now. And that's what my role will be, is to help you excavate it. I just don't think, Adam, that there's much of a difference, and I hope I'm not stepping on another question, but I have said over and over and over again, I don't think there's much difference between the story and the storyteller. And once you're able to connect the two, you will absolutely know where to take it. And that's been my role. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, and I think you bring up like a really interesting point. Like for instance, like it's so specific, that world that you're talking about with the book and India and stuff like that. And as you said, it's not just about the characters, right? It's also about building out the environment and the world. And I think, I mean, look, you could speak about this more than anybody because of just the diversity of shows, right? You've worked on contemporary shows, you've worked on historical epic like Game of Thrones, or futuristic genre worlds like Westworld, for instance. You know, and you use this really beautiful term called literary cinema, right? And I think it's such a simple phase that it's an important phase. And one of the things that Adam and I have been really trying to sort of stress, you know, in sort of our work here, is it's important to build out these worlds and to make it feel accessible and just creative and stuff like that. Can you sort of elaborate a little bit more just about like why building out these worlds in sort of distinct ways is so important to storytelling?
I mean, I have a preference, Josh, because I prefer long form storytelling. You know, I happen to like it executed cinematically, like the movies that I watched when I was a kid. So Steve Golan, you know, who I had the privilege of coming to work for now at Anonymous, and unfortunately only had, you know, 6 weeks together, but I really felt like he showed me that path, because he was the ultimate cinephile in his work. He was the ultimate subjective producer. He always nurtured a character, you know, reason for storytelling. Every one of his movies, most of his work was very, very small and intimate, you know, but very impactful. Really character journey stories, probably born of a love of sex, you know, late 60s and mid through the end of the 70s cinema. You know, I love to say, Josh, that like I watched and loved the 80s too, and he didn't. So I will love to put a dinosaur in a spaceship and send it into a galaxy, you know, because I come from a different place. But I think the world building sort of is relevant either way. Either you're getting to a point of hyper objectivity in a big world because you're showing the whole of it by the very end, like Star Wars, which takes you through movie after movie after movie to take you through the entire extension of a galaxy, or you're doing something very intimate like Spotlight or Babel or Eternal Sunshine or any of Steve's movies. So for me, the literary cinema aspect to doing the job is always, I was an avid book reader and still remain one. I think there's just a privilege to the intimacy of reading a book and hearing a voice in your head and trying to imagine what that looks like. And the opportunity for me was to film it. You know, I didn't want to work in publishing. I wanted to go film those books. So the reason why I like what I get to do in this serialized storytelling form is to pick a starting point and an end point like a book, and then to try to tell that story the way that story needs to be told. Sometimes it needs to be told the way the Midnight Cowboy was told, and sometimes it needs to be told the way that Star Wars was told. And both of them apply. You could set a massive show in outer space and have it be as intimate as In Treatment, but you can also tell a massive show in the past that tells you the totality of an empire. You know, there's a show that we're working on. We're just trying to close the rights and go out with it. And the way that we were able to win it is that the first time they told the show, they really told the show as the staged version of the show. And now the way that we're telling the show is to tell the totality of the empire. So it's like we're going to show you the very broad reach of the entire empire. It is as big as a galaxy. That's my way of thinking, right? But we're going to tell it to you through a family. And the way that we're going to tell it to you as a family is we're going to tell you about 4 generations of an inbred family who ran the kingdom, like Game of Thrones. So those themes keep coming back to me, when you work with people, which is you tend to find the center of the story, and it's a vast center. But part of why I like the kind of storytelling and what I was influenced by is I was really influenced by the movies that Miramax distributed, for us when I was a kid. My favorite movie, and I think about it all the time, or one of my very favorite movies is In the Mood for Love. And I will work super hard in my life to tell something like that, having traveled all over the world. I'm not here for me to tell a story, but if I can find someone who has that story to tell, I'd love to tell that in 8 hours, because I would really love to understand what it's like to be in that place, not just be in that time, in that relationship. So that's the HBO thing that sort of penetrated me. It obviously is started with when Josh and I met and we were both working in movies. I obviously really like movies. I like to think that I mostly make movies for TV. I like to think that the influences on my TV are always movies. It's not to say that TV isn't a good influence on TV, but I'd like to make TV that no one's made. So hence try to find an inspiration somewhere else. Usually I try to marry look and sound and feel like a director would. So a director will come at it in terms of look and sound and feel and some sensate quality, because a writer is sort of trying to get you to imagine it, and a director is literally having to manifest that exact imagination. So I try to think like both. I try to think like how a writer would describe something, and then how a director would execute it. And even in understanding scientifically people's roles, and then taking away the wall that comes around them. I love talking to a director after having worked really hard on something written, and then hearing how it looks, and then saying, well, why does it look that way? Why is that in the frame? Why is that the story that we're telling? Why is that what you came to? And I would say I've just been very lucky to have worked with some great people on both sides.
And I think it may not always be clear in Ukraine, but one of the really turning points in television was HBO, because of what you're talking about. That up till that point, television just didn't ever try to do that. The joke was, the movie star actors were the real actors, and then the TV actors, they kind of sat the row back, right? Like they weren't as important, and TV wasn't as significant. And I think HBO changed that in really a significant way. And one of the other things you talked about, because you were talking about how, certain stories are told through these things and through these people. One of the ideas that we keep trying to get out there, because I think it's really kind of a cool concept, is the value of genre as a kind of vessel, where particularly for social messaging. And what would you consider like good examples of this, whether your own work or work that and maybe areas where it doesn't work?
I think genre has always been a really effective and illuminating vessel, because I think the hardest thing about real life is how real it is. And sometimes when you set things in the future, you set them in the past, and people see of themselves or see themselves, but they don't see their exact selves, I think it's easier to digest. So I would say like Westworld was a really interesting manifestation of two sides of sort of feeling and thinking. You had on one side robots who aren't perceived to feel, who had turned out that they could feel and think. And then you had humans who were perceived to feel and think, who weren't doing anything like that when they came into Westworld. And so the whole point of the show was to examine the what it is like to be completely awake. And when you're completely awake and you have the capacity to think and feel, but also to know, I thought the most beautiful moment of genre in Westworld for me in the first 2 seasons was the episode in season 2 where we just focused on the origins of the park and how the native characters in the park had woken up before everyone else. And I thought that was one of the most beautiful episodes ever for me. it's very similar to episode, and it always happens to be like the ninth episode, it feels like, of every show, sometimes a panel, but sometimes three from the end. But Nancy Oliver wrote this really, I worked on True Blood as well, and Nancy Oliver wrote this really beautiful episode in season 2 that Scott Weiland directed about when Godric died, and Godric walked in the sun because he felt like he had already lived his life and there wasn't anything bad or good to do. And having Eric Northman have to let him go was a defining moment for Alex Skarsgård and his character, because he was a character who became very deep as a result when he and Suki had to let Godric walk into the sun and kill himself and end his life. And I think that where genre expresses loss or larger themes around societal change or cultural issues, racism I was trying to think, like totalitarianism or any of the things that it's harder to watch it in real life, but it's kind of easy to watch it in that Orwellian way where you can digest it, or you can watch Handmaids, or you can watch any show for which it's happening to other people, the things that you believe are happening to you. So I would say that's how I've tried to use it. And use it is the wrong word, because it's not really us that are using it. It's just whether or not it's true for the story. If it's true for the story, it has to be present. So I think something is just making the story available for everything that needs to exist within it, and asking all the questions about the story in order for that to fulfill itself, and then telling it through character touch points so that the characters experience it, not just the audience. Because I think the characters have to go through it, not the audience. If you can let the characters go through it first, then the audience can feel a little bit of a gap and a wall between them and the thing that's happening. That's why it's really hard to watch really hard things. But I think it's a lot easier to watch really hard things when you know where they're going and you feel a little secure. So.
Yeah, no, and I think by the way, everything you're talking about is why you were smart to get out of film and into television. I think someone who is mainly doing film, I can attest to that. We're really it's interesting because, like, in the last decade, television has really been described as the golden era of television. And I think people like yourself contribute to that, right? Where it's like you've really embraced risk, and you've also embraced filmmakers who have distinct perspective. And it's as a result, we've gotten really good at making really fascinating content on television. What is your opinion in terms of us as an audience that we've really kind of embraced that, where it's almost like the more you can kind of push boundaries and characters and worlds, sort of it's the risk reward, right? Where your ceiling becomes a lot higher when you successfully do that. Do you think, do you have like an opinion on that in terms of like why television has transitioned into where we are now? And do you see that continuing?
There's a couple of things I want to tell you. The first was I never actually left film. I only left the film business. Because I would say I'm more oriented towards film now. I think television got oriented towards film in the last 10 years. I think television was able to embrace not pace and mechanism and form and process, but it was able to accept character as a result of what you guys credit my predecessors at HBO for doing, Carolyn Strauss and Chris Albrecht. They definitely, and before that, they definitely made a style of TV which invested you in the behavior of the characters, not just the result of their actions. And I think once you got invested in their behavior, you wanted to watch more of it. I think the working to the end of an episode, which had a climax that then worked to the end of another episode with another climax, was pretty fulfilling. And those climaxes were no longer the resolution, but they were another question to lead you into the next episode, was a really great thing, Josh. And I think kind of like chapters, once people accepted that television was a set of chapters that weren't closed-ended, it wasn't a book that the chapter was it unto itself, the end of the story. I think people really embrace it. I don't think it's over. I think it will continue to evolve. I hope to be part of that. I always like participating in it wherever the medium is going. I think The difference between the two is the length at this point. That something exists for 2 hours and some other things exist for a couple hundred. It just depends on how many you're making, and certain stories work that long. Certainly, Grey's Anatomy has worked for a very long time, and ER worked for a very long time, and some shows have the capacity within them to function for a very long time because of the basic idea we talked about before. Grey's Anatomy was a group of doctors who were starting on their very first day. It's kind of genius. Who would have thought of that? ER was a trauma center, and then the characters could go through trauma as a result. I think certain things last for a long time. I don't think there's an end of television. I think it constantly, or an end of film, or an end of content. I think it just constantly evolves to whatever the audience will embrace. I think the thing that the audience has not embraced is that everyone thought that the content needed to get shorter to grab people's attention, and it just needs to be better to grab people's attention. And I think that's been the mistake. I feel really bad for our friends at Quibi, but not shorter. It turns out, like, I'm happy to watch short in every way it is available to me. But I said something. We did a retreat at HBO 7 years ago where we were examining youthful viewership, which was obviously, guess we were all old already. And I had said at the time that I'm not saying you can't make a show for teenagers on HBO. I just wanted everyone to acknowledge that the way that teenagers wanted to watch themselves was to literally watch themselves. So therefore, the rise of TikTok and YouTube and all of the self-taping that goes on amongst young people for them to watch each other. I'm certainly participating in my spare moments between Zooms. Not creating, because I create in other areas, but certainly viewing. But I would say we are very lucky in that there will always be a way to engage, because I really think the reason why the digital companies or the services entered the fray, why Silicon Valley entered Hollywood, is because they realized that Hollywood was competing with them for people's time. And I think as long as we're part of people's time, we'll be super relevant. So we have to continue to make ourselves relevant for that time.
Well, David, this has been fantastic. I think we've covered a lot of ground. I know all of these issues and topics will come up again. And I know my colleagues in Kiev will agree that you need to come to Ukraine. And when this
I will happily come.
When this pandemic is over, we hope we can host you there. Anyway, thanks again, and we really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Ну що ж, ми зловили Давіда на слові.
So we take David's word and we are expecting him to come to Ukraine. We hope that it will happen very soon. We talked a lot about history of creating a socially significant content, but it was always there. High quality content has a name of communicating stuff to audience. And in modern Ukraine, it's very important to think about senses. You have to be able to understand complex processes to average Ukrainian, and you have to understand that so that the audience understand that it's cool to live in Ukraine, it's cool to be Ukrainian, and we will continue to support such content. And I would like to announce that on 16th of December, we're launching our new pitching process, Pitch UA3. It's the third season of socially significant content pitching supported by USAID, and we will announce all the information on 16th of December.
I would invite everyone to participate in this competition and follow the news at PGA's website as well as on social networks. In order to finalize today's Ukraine-American content conversation, I'd like to demonstrate you a video which we created within our strengthening public trust project. It's a video called Flash. It's a teaser to a episodes YouTube series
прикладів соціального
focusing on Ukrainian culture, which is an example of socially meaningful content, and which will start on the 25th of November on the Sluch channel on YouTube. Here's the teaser.
Культура річ динамічна.
It's a major story. The need to identify yourself. It's like a page flipping because generations are growing and starting to show their vision. What is happening culturally in Ukraine? What makes it different from the rest of the world? It was a boom of opening cafes and restaurants. If it was made in Ukraine, give me two of the same. And then the murals happened. And this was like a water tap. It's like a dam burst. It was the spirit of new parties. It's like the creation of something new. You know, a cultural fray. There are people who make art and they don't need to make anything else. Ukraine is a great environment for finding human senses and values. We are a happy nation, we have everything. Ukrainians really like to complain. We need to build narratives. Culture is forming consciousness, and we do something really cool. You know, this is giving me shivers down the spine.
Отже, ще раз
So once again, subscribe, watch the series,
підтримати фразу мені
and I'd like to support the phrase of the Ministry of Cultural Information and Policy. We need to build narratives, and we will happily support these narratives further in Ukraine. Thank you very much, and see you again.
Дякую дуже.
Thank you very much.
Перехоплюю естафету для
I would like to
просто, скажімо так, логістики.
pass. I would like to get. I'm getting this relay here. You're getting the baton passed to me. The main stage is closing now, and now I'd like to invite you to follow the links. Please select a section which is the closest to you and where you have the most questions to. Follow the link to the section that you choose. Book publishing, concert industry, intellectual property, and the European House and the UCF sectors. Almost the same, or at least very similar with what you had yesterday. Your invitation has the links, or you can see the QR code which you can follow. By the way, we have a Telegram bot where you can ask questions, and that doesn't, regardless of which section you're in right now, your questions will end up on the heap, and we are going to classify these questions by section and then answer them appropriately. Today is going to be a very productive day. We are going to have a lot of Q&A sessions, and I hope there's going to be enough optimism and pessimism, not because I'm a pessimist, because I believe that in a country where not everything is so great, and in a country full of challenges, at a time full of challenges, in a world full of challenges, there's got to be a little bit of pessimism, because that's the truth. Sometimes it could look like pessimism, but instead it's a cold bath of truth into your face. But follow the links for optimism, pessimism, hope, and answers and questions, and thank you for being with us.